I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome everybody to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and today is Truth Tuesday. We're going to be taking on the toughest issues facing the country right now. Massive fires in California look more and more like a directed energy weapon was used, and our government's doing nothing to make these people accountable. Very little arson investigations have gone on, and they haven't found the killer of all these people. And I'm pretty sure the killer is probably some sort of a weapon. No doubt a directed energy weapon that could be used against any one of us. We're all sitting ducks to these weapons, every one of us. Nobody's got a fireproof ceiling. They can burn anybody in any house, in any car. And as long as they get away with this and our government does nothing, we as a people will be completely under their control. They don't even want us to know that they are engaged in this weather warfare. They want us to all sit there like quiet little mice waiting to be exterminated. They don't think that we have the ability to build a political movement to challenge them either. They think that this is suppression of and censorship of our site, which has been going on for 10 years now, is going to somehow stop me when I've already reached a world audience of nearly 1 billion people. So these people are going to have to deal with the reckoning that's coming. The American people, along with people all around the world, are deathly afraid of what's to come with the powers that be controlling these dangerous weapons. And these directed energy weapons are very real. We're going to look at the news real quick. I'll get back to the story of directed energy weapons and weather warfare and climate control when I am ready. All right, in the news today, we've got Melania picking a fight with the national security aide. Now, Melania has nothing to do with national security, so why is she clashing with this woman? No one knows. And now we're hearing that Trump is getting ready for a whole slew of firings in the White House. So I'm a little concerned that we've got a problem with this president who continues to behave inappropriately. This is the woman that Melania is now attacking, and I don't even know why. I mean, was it her hairdo? Let's find out.
Jeff, let's start with the shocker of this all. What do we know about why the First Lady is publicly calling
for a senior national security staffer to be fired, and has that staffer been fired?
Well, Jake, of all the dramas and all the shakeups here at the White House, and there have been many over the last year and 3/4 or so, this certainly is an unusual one, largely because it's the East Wing firing a shot across the bow at the West Wing. Of course, the East Wing is where the First Lady's office works. But I was told just a moment ago by a White House official, the president has made the decision to remove and indeed fire this national security advisor, the deputy national security advisor. She's not being escorted out of the White House, as some reports indicated. She's being given a little bit of time to collect her things, but it comes after there was a bit of drama on the First Lady's trip last month to Africa. There was some back and forth, some disrespect in the eyes of some advisors to the First Lady. Now, this is all coming as this deputy national security advisor today happened to be standing only a few feet behind the president at a different event. So it makes the timing of this very curious.
I've never seen anything like this, a First Lady publicly calling for a national security official to be fired. Your reaction?
Last time I checked, we didn't have a royal family, but they sure do like to act like it.
Right.
Listen, if there is insubordination or something really foul at hand here, okay, let's hear it. But I think we all should be concerned because the First Lady is calling for the firing of a national security advisor. Last time I checked, the First Lady didn't have any national security experience.
Thank you. That solves that problem. Yeah, I think we're resolved there. Now, we have a situation in California that was shocking. 44 people have died. That was the number last night. They're still reporting 42, but I had 44 last night. I don't know how 2 people undied from this fire. We're gonna play you a video of what's going on in Central California, and it looks more and more like directed energy weapons being used to burn people in their cars. Now, some people have called up and said, hey, how come people didn't get out of the car and run to the trees nearby? Because there's trees that are not even affected. And the answer to that question is, it's impossible to run away from a directed energy weapon. It hits you and kills you before you can get out of the car. Okay, these are all burned out cars you're going to see in the picture behind me. It's virtually a dead zone. People just died in this area of California. And you'll notice that some trees are standing perfectly fine, whereas other trees are just hit. And the trees that are, of course, hit are the ones that are near the fire. They just scorched right through. You see how there's a scorch pattern right through the road? That's not how fires move around. Now, there could be blasts from the gas tanks, but these cars have completely melted down at temperatures as much as 3,000 degrees. Look at them. They're literally, the wheels are, and the very rims have been melted to a core, to a pool of melted metal. And you're looking at devastation after devastation, and then the trees are perfectly fine in between these areas. So these people had no time to get out of their cars. They're all burned in their cars. Now, there's been no investigation into the arson that's been happening in California that's meaningful. No one's been coming up with good solutions to why this has been happening. 60 fires in one day last year. And the reason they're not investigating is because they know all about it. PG&E was even involved and may have telegraphed what was going on. They forecast that there was going to be high winds in the area. They already told people that the electric problems were happening ahead of time. So PG&E is clearly possibly complicit in this. But beyond that, there's an investigation going into PG&E, but it's not going to be leading anywhere, I assure you. It's just a dead end. This is unparalleled devastation here. And you see past this mark right here, the trees are completely free of any fire whatsoever. So for some reason, the fires didn't extend past this one area. Now, I don't know about you, but when fires hit areas with trees around, they continue burning in all directions. That's how fires burn. And you'll see fires in the past are always over a vast area. These are like dialed in little fires that are just like hitting the cars and nothing else. That's why I'm proposing that this is a directed energy weapon that was used. Now I'm going to show you something else that's even more disturbing.
So I come down to the beach and this is what's going on.
Malibu. Malibu, California.
This is in Malibu, California.
I was there last, that's right, PG&E has some explaining to do, but I was in Malibu in April. I could have been one of those cars right there. There's a helicopter that went down too. Explain how a helicopter gets burned down. Thank you. I want to know what's your best take on this before we go on in the video, and let me chat with all of you in the chat, because I haven't really touched down in the rooms very much here. No, I don't believe it's fake. Somebody called up, Daniel called up, and he said, this is all fake, Dave. People would have gotten out of their car and gone to the ocean and jumped in the water. Sorry. You don't have any time with a direct energy weapon hits. And why would a helicopter go down in a fire? Anyone? Massive heat. What was burning? The sand? Explain that. You got a beach, okay? You got nothing flammable on that beach. Maybe that creosoted telephone pole, but you notice that's not even burned. It's not a fake video. What you're experiencing, folks, is shock and disbelief. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are really kind of overwhelmed when they face the truth. They freak out. So the stages of truth are actually ridicule. Initially, you think that, oh no, they would never hit us with a beam. They would never hurt us. No, you're just a weirdo. You're an idiot. You're one of those whack jobs on the internet. It's all fake news. So ridicule is the first thing you come up with, and then comes violent opposition. You're un-American. You're thinking our government doesn't care about us. But eventually you'll realize from all these attacks where people are just fried wherever they're sitting, no time to run, that they are using a directed energy weapon to do this. Well, the telephone poles are at the water in Malibu. They have the telephone poles running down. I was just there. Yeah, they're all lining the beach. They're on the walkway. Good evening. Salutations. Well, George Washington's asking, have I ever seen one used on any scale? I have seen this product used. A military laser beam was used on a large scale. It was taking out drones. This is the focused energy weapon that can light fires near 3,000 degrees and melt steel. And it's a Lockheed Martin plane that flies overhead and just literally fries the sky. It turns everything below, melts it right in its path. No, the cars were there. Let me give you more video to look at here. It's a long video.
See the helicopter?
I saw the helicopter, yeah.
People ran their cars down onto the beach to try to escape the fire,
Right.
and were burned alive in their cars. And somehow the fire came onto the beach.
Impossible.
Okay. Exactly what I've been waiting for. The fire. You think I can still get through anybody else? Now that we've been evacuated and the fire is heading this way? Anyway, you guys, just want to let you know I'm okay. Leaving. I'll report anything else as it's going. Okay? Love you guys. Out of here. It's really strange. Because when I was talking to my sister, she asked if it was windy here. I said no. It wasn't. I was inside. But it was calm. Nothing was moving. And then about 30 minutes after I hang up with her, all of a sudden, I start hearing all the wind, and I am seeing dead bees everywhere in my yard.
Dead bees.
Some dead, some not.
Okay, dead bees. Now it means directed energy weapons will kill insects instantaneously.
It's so windy, and I just
And by the way, people die like insects too. They fry insects, they fry people.
had to drive my son Joseph to work because his car battery keeps dying. And the way it looked, the air when I went down that hill, not clear like it usually is with high wind like this. It was very hazy looking, and I'm thinking,
Yeah, and we'll have more of this video later tonight. Very good stuff. I'll put it in my lineup for tonight's show and Enviro. Oh, I was going to show you that other clip. Yeah, we had a request to take a look at the
So I come
down onto the beach.
whereabouts. Do you want to see the cars? They're all strewn out there. They're trying to escape. Some of these people had encampments on the beach. It looks like the people that were in the encampments,
And were burned alive in their cars.
yeah, they may have been burned alive
And
too.
somehow the fire came onto the beach.
Right. These cars look like they were rapidly trying to get there.
okay,
See the helicopter? This is in Malibu, California.
There's a helicopter.
See the helicopter?
Yep. Look at that. So those cars were like flying off the cliff because they probably saw you have been removed from the show. You are no longer relevant to the Truth Show. Goodbye. Never come back. These cars were flying off the road just to avoid what appears to be a laser of some sort. How was he able to get over there? No caution tape? It's too soon. The police haven't even gotten there. It's not a fake fire. You've been removed from the show. Goodbye. All right, so all of you who don't understand that this is real, it's not fake news, can stay. The rest of you have to leave. How is this guy here? People come in after the aftermath of a situation is calmed down, smoldering fires stop. They did not have anything combustible on the beach. How did the helicopter go down? Come on. The helicopter can see the fire coming at them. They can fly above the fire and get away from it. The helicopter was hit by a beam from up above that took it down. What is your problem? Why are you having a hard time understanding this? Wow, it's like so simple, and yet people resist this. Isn't that amazing? Cars stacked on top of each other. They were running. These people saw the beam coming at them. They've all burned in their cars. This could be you, people. You have been removed from the show. Welcome to the new ban list. Learning to chat at America's Third Party. I guess I should do a tutorial on this. It's not a movie set. There's nothing movie about it. These are average people on YouTube with hardly any logic before authority. You don't even know how many views he's got or how many subs he has. He doesn't even want to tell people. I got a call from somebody, I got a contact from somebody who said, David, my father works at the CIA. And he said that they are prepared to burn you in your house. You have been removed from the show. They have virtually have the ability to hit you with a beam 5,000 feet away and burn you in your bed. And is that supposed to scare me? No. But the very fact that they said it to me is very evocative and indicative of how evil somebody can be, whether they really are relatives in the CIA or not. There's no money left. I'm telling you, the houses are burned without all their safes are melted. Evocative. All their safes are melted to the ground. Safes are only good, they're rated up to 1,700 degrees. Yes, he said me specifically. He said, David, my father is a CIA agent, and they told me that they're prepared to burn you in your house, 5,000 feet away. They just set a beam together, aim it at your house, and you're gone. That's what they told me. I don't care if you've got a smoke detector or a carbon monoxide detector, you won't have any time. I've reported all threats. Nobody wants to take them. I got no contact back from the FBI. They've been committing death threats. I've had over 1,000 death threats. They won't even call me back at the FBI. I am fearless. My father served 3 tours of duty. He would have gone back for a 4th. He killed over 100 men and was prepared to continue fighting the war when he met my mom, and she convinced him to stay. And then they had kids. So we're dealing with a major problem, John. I mean, I don't think you've seen our show long enough to know that, what have you been in here only 7 years? You need a few more years to come in and realize that this is a real serious need for a third party. Yeah, why are there cars and helicopters polluting the beach? Good point. You're right. Yeah, why would they put helicopters on the beach in Malibu? It's such a fun place to hang out. Well, that could have been me. I mean, I was on the beach in April, right near where this picture was taken. How did the fire hit the beach? They used these planes that Lockheed Martin created. This is the unit that killed these people. I'm 99.999% sure that this was all caused by a directed energy weapon aimed at our coastline. Yes. And their intent is to clear properties, get rid of certain properties. Maybe they targeted individuals, who knows? Only 50 men? Wow, my father killed over 100 men. And he wasn't proud of that fact. And I'm not either. King of Dave. We were wondering when that name was going to pop up. Thank you. Well, Trump's father, his uncle, actually, Trump's uncle, John Trump, is responsible for this. So Trump isn't going to expose this because Trump's uncle, John Trump, was a nuclear scientist that developed this capability. So why would he say something? Trump is part of this. His uncle was a nuclear scientist. He admitted he was a very bright man. He worked with Tesla's technology. So they're using these directed energy weapons now against our own people. Now, if that hasn't rung through yet in your head, then you seriously don't realize the need for a third party. I get that. Spectra made a good point. They're trying to direct us into the cities to put us in stack housing. They're getting rid of a lot of homes, and they want everybody living like a prisoner in a prison block. We don't talk about Hoppy here or anyone else by that name. Thanks. Interrogation tapes now show that Nicholas Cruz was a victim of a directed energy weapon. I'll take a look at that tonight in our show. Nicholas Cruz was the Parkland shooting, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting guy. Never saw any CCTV footage of him shooting anybody. So we'll see if this is a good story about direct energy weapons tonight. Ban in Ohio has been banned. Okay, Dave, have you seen the toothpaste test using basic toothpaste and Colgate? Colgate is poison. They try them and the Colgate does not melt. I believe it. I have not seen the test between basic toothpaste and Colgate. I'll check it out on YouTube right now. So what many people who have looked into stories that pop up, they go to YouTube. Don't use Colgate, it's poison.
कि Colgate टूथपेस्ट बनता किस चीज से है, उसकी क्वालिटी क्या है, ये समझने की बात है. तो उनका हाँ बताइए. तो मैंने उनको बताया वो मैथमेटिक्स के थे, थोड़ा केमिस्ट्री भी जानते थे.
Okay.
भला हो जाए. ऐसे ही एक दूसरा छोटा.
All over the world they've talked about it.
Agents, and we're putting that.
Yeah, if you have a link to the test of regular toothpaste versus Colgate, I'd like to see it. Well, I know that Colgate fluoridated toothpaste should be off your list of things you buy. Fluoride is a known neurotoxin, that's the truth. And they put it in our water supply. And there's no known effect being in the water that will prevent cavities. There's never been a study to suggest that any type of fluoride in our water will prevent cavities. There are some tests that show that if you rub fluoride on your tooth, it creates a harder shell finish, kind of like shellac or varnish on wood. But there's no proof that lingering in your body and going through your system is going to help strengthen your teeth. That's just not, there's no evidence of that. Not a stitch. It's like a coating, yeah. So if you do brush with any type of toothpaste that has fluoride, just rinse your mouth out multiple times, like 3 times. Just swish it out and like that. Do you know how to swish stuff out of your mouth? Let me help you with your basic human bodily skills. Okay, today we're going to learn how to gargle. Yeah, they're just coating your brain. Hey there, Miss Scruffy, what's happening? So I'm still looking for that video that may show that Colgate's really, really bad. Or really, really bad. We're doing okay. I think Sarah's home. I'm pretty sure she's just resting right now. Yeah, you're just resting. Nope, she's not in yet. Oh no, there's no hurry. Take your time. 3:40, whatever. Yeah. So anything else in the news other than Melania getting pissed off at some national security advisor for some unknown reason? The death tolls reached 42. They said 44 last night. I don't know how 2 people became undead, but they did. And Trump's voter fraud reaction to 2018 recounts shows us what to fear for 2020. I don't really care. Georgia's new Secretary of State seeks accurate finish to the vote. Nice. How Trump's move to put a loyalist, this Matthew Whitaker, over Mueller is backfiring. Let's take a look at Politico's story. This guy has already been fingered in a $26 million case in which they fleeced money out of people seeking patent information. He worked for a company that paid him, that he's already dirty. This Whitaker, Matthew Whitaker. Bipartisan criticism and legal maneuvering may limit Matthew Whitaker's opinions as acting attorney general. Done. We're getting rid of you too. Vonmus is coming up. Y'all are invited to participate. Casters, chatters, like. It's going to be so much fun. Yeah, go ahead and post the link. I won't be in the Vonmus Christmas party this year, but that's okay. Yeah, you can post a link here. Everybody who wants to attend can certainly attend. You've been waiting to do Vonmus for the last 4 years? Wow. It'll be a big event for you, Miss Scruffy. I don't have the time. I dedicated some time last year to a legitimate videotape that was pretty much turned into either the bane of humor or possibly an admission of guilt. We're not sure. So we're not going to participate this year. But Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I don't think you need to do that. No. Yeah, the whole experience wasn't a positive experience for us. Well, you know, admitting to getting money to attack us was not a very good move on Mark's part. You know. I know. Well, they can have a Vonmus to try to get people to do other shows. If choosing Matthew Whitaker has temporarily succeeded ousting Attorney General Jeff Sessions, Donald Trump has placed a loyal ally who's been critical of Robert Mueller's Russian investigation in a position to oversee it. But Trump's move last week to install Whitaker as Mueller's boss may already be backfiring. The appointment has drawn bipartisan criticism and led questions about Whitaker's qualifications and whether he would limit the investigation or bury its findings. The state of Maryland on Tuesday filed the first legal challenge seeking to overturn Whitaker's appointment, while on Capitol Hill, newly empowered House Democrats are already making plans to have the acting Attorney General appear as one of their first witnesses when the next Congress launches in January. That should be good. Well, all I can say is we're just going to wait and see. Yeah. Hardly, I haven't lost my mind. That's just absolutely ridiculous. You got to mute for that. We got Mark to admit that he receives money from the Russians to censor us. Now, did Mark willingly admit that for a reason, or many people say he was just joking? But he openly said that, so thank you. We're assuming it was a joke. Yes, we're assuming that the whole story behind the scene is a joke at this point, but I have it on very good authority that it may not be. So I'm not going to say anything more beyond that. And I'm not going to do a video. So I know. No, you can't guilt me into participating. I'm too busy right now dealing with the onset of a collapsing nation, administration that's collapsing, a nation that seeking. You almost died today? Really? What happened? Oh my God, really? Poor Miss Scruffy has been having some problems. Well, are you better now? You had an allergic reaction? Wow, that sucks. Ew, that's horrible. You know, that happened to a guy named Steve Bridges. He ate something on his way back from China, and he ended up having a reaction, and he died. So you're lucky. Wow, Miss Scruffy, we don't want anything bad to happen. Yeah, Steve Bridges was a impersonator. After I did the blackface video in 2008, he did it in 2010, and he was successful in making a lot of money doing it, because, as you know, I'm not into money. But that guy really, he ate the big one. Yeah, they never really did an investigation as to why he choked to death from an allergic reaction. This could be your last Christmas. Whoa. Well, I'll talk to Sarah about it, but we haven't made any submissions, and I don't know if we're planning on it.
You haven't done what?
Miss Scruffy's asking about the Vonmus show, and I said we're not making any commitments right now. Sarah's working on her master's. I've got the show every night, you know. So anyway, let's show you Steve Bridges doing. He was really famous doing Barack Obama. No, you won't allow any blackface in the show. So how about him doing Bill Clinton?
Oh no, your health is failing. I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, she said she's having an allergic reaction.
Oh. Is it?
Know that the job of president is a ton of pressure. You have no days off. Some days you just want to sit around and Google your own name.
They slapped you for black. Yeah, I bet you did. Well, that's why I don't do blackface here.
The sponsors, yeah.
While you're not into money, wait a second, Melko, you're just going to have to not come in the show anymore. I think we got that clear. Yeah, I've got the world to save right now, but yes, your Vonmus community link has been sent to us. Let's take a look. Hi, Sarah. I didn't really have a chance to get you in the show.
Oh, can someone post it? David keeps scrolling up.
Yeah, well, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Vonmus community is having a Vonmus Day.
Okay.
And then that's the community forum.
All right. Sounds good.
There's the whole story. December 1st is the deadline to submit your video card. Okay. We'll consider that. All right.
Yes, okay. Got it. Thanks for the info to the link. That's all. I like doing that when I said Merry Christmas and all of that.
Well, it was fun. Yeah, we enjoyed it. But, 5 minutes, we tried to upload it, and I had to re-engineer the upload 3 times to get it to fit the upload category.
Oh.
I had to redo the video 3 times.
And we have to do it, like last year we were able to do it live because we were still broadcasting on YouTube Live.
But I re-edited it, and I had to re-edit it 3 times just to shrink it to the size that would fit the upload.
Okay. We'll make it really quick.
I would have to make it 10 seconds.
It would just be like, Merry Christmas! That's it. Yes.
Now, this is Daniel. He says that the recent attacks along the burning of the California coastline is fake. Are you still on that bandwagon, Daniel? Fake.
That's a good idea.
Daniel? Hello? Daniel?
Hi, Sam.
They just all like me, and they like that little voice.
That's weird.
Hi, Sarah. I want to be your student. I'm an adult, but I'll pretend to be a child. What is that? That's just
No, it's the Rodney impersonation.
Oh man.
So my throat got burned in the reaction, so talking hurts?
Man.
Wow. Well, was it so you had an allergic reaction, your throat got hurt. That's just horrible. I'm so sorry. You should definitely maybe get something soothing. Your reaction is called Stevens-Johnson. Wow. I wonder if that's what happened to Steve Bridges, because he didn't make it.
Yeah.
It's a rare, serious disorder of your skin and mucous membranes. It's a reaction to a medication or an infection.
Wow.
It begins with flu-like symptoms followed by painful red or purplish rash that spreads and blisters.
Is there anything soothing? Because I was going to suggest ginger, but that's also burning. Oh, no.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's just bad news.
Oh.
That's a lot of pain, Miss Scruffy. You're allergic to sulfur. Well, if you're sulfur allergic, you can't go to any salad bars because they spray all the salad material on salad bars with sulfur dioxide. Avoid salad bars. I'm serious. Okay, good. But something has sulfur on it, and they use sulfur in almost everything, even wine, as a preservative.
Sulfites,
the sulfur, ham.
Lunch meat. I don't know.
Well, we all know that you don't eat a lot of green vegetables, Misanthropy. You're not a green vegetable person.
I need to eat more vegetables. But I did finish my good lunch today with that kohlrabi that David cooked up the other night.
Oh, was that good? Yeah. It's a light lunch.
Right now, all you can eat is white rice. I always liked white rice. My mom would make that for me when I got sick. White rice with a little bit of salt.
Well, you have white rice packets in there.
I know, I don't need any. She said that
she can only eat white rice. Oh yeah, that's about as mild as you can get. Yeah. But even that's a little bit, harsh on your blisters.
Yeah.
Your body's attacking everything you eat. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, just...
Wow.
Yeah, I know Misanthropy suffers from a lot of allergy symptoms. He's got a lot of allergies he's dealing with, so... allergies are on the rise. And I think it's strictly environmental, but there's a component of psychosomatic in it. People don't know if it's your body or your mind, but I think it's environmental. Autoimmune diseases are on the rise. Even childhood asthma is increasing dramatically, and it's got to be related to air pollution. There's no way around making that assumption. Oh, and you have Hashimoto disease. Wow.
Oh.
Syndrome. Yeah, it's just one thing after another. And Mark has been dealing with intestinal problems, I understand, and it attacks your thyroid. Your immune system does. A small gland in the back of your neck, below your Adam's apple.
That's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, where it attacks your immune system. Yeah. Well, how can you bolster your immune system? That's the question. How do we minimize the growth of this disease? Is there a way of zapping parts of your thyroid with radiation?
She already said she lost her thyroid and parathyroid to it.
Oh my God! So she lost her thyroid and parathyroid already. Well, it would be 3 years ago. Wow. Well, everybody who eats a lot can get hemorrhoids.
I don't think it's here. I think I left that somewhere else.
Melko, you can't even disguise yourself. You come in under different names.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you had a stroke? Recovering from that? Wow.
David had this book for a very long time.
It's in my library.
It's so cool.
She'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, I know.
Now, it's
Sarah and her
science.
books.
Science has not advanced much since this book was written.
It's true. Science hasn't advanced much since this book was written. The Mysterious Glands by H.H. Rubin, M.D.
Wow.
Oh, man. Wow. Well, I'm glad. I hope Mark takes good care of you, Miss Scruffy, because what you're going through is not easy at all. The Mysterious Glands. How your glands control your mental and physical development and moral welfare. By H.H. Rubin, Herman H. Rubin, MD, member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, member of the Association for the Study of Internal Secretions, and contributor to scientific and medical literature, etc. That's good. I am so glad. It is kind of a medical book, but it was published by the Milo Publishing Company in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1925. Can I teach you how to install an SSD on your dying laptop? Somehow you have to some laptops you have to unscrew the back and take things apart. Wow. Man, you have to eliminate environmental and food triggers. Wow, that's so crazy. It is very old, but like David said, there hasn't been a whole lot of medical advances since this book was written. Your brother looked at medical books? Oh. Bye, US man. I'm sorry to hear that, the mob. Well, I would love your vote if I were running, but I'm not. I know, Jack, I don't agree with him at all. I don't agree with David's viewpoint of LGBTQ. I don't know why he's... I do agree that people should not be giving people unwanted sexual advances. All right, introduction. The dictators of our destiny, how the ductless glands were discovered, how the endocrines control chemical processes, how the sex glands influence functioning activity, glands and personality, the glands that influence beauty, the physics and physiology of gland stimulation, a new explanation for decay and death, how loss of sleep favors old age development. I need to sleep more. Can science overcome the effects of age? Yes, I do look like I'm about to recite poetry, but it's even better. Rejuvenative effects from well-known natural methods. I should go to that one. Ethical aspects of rejuvenation. The most common ailment in the world. The white scourge. The problem of the undeveloped girl. How science helps singers. Disorders that respond to gland stimulation, and glossary of technical terms. I love the introduction. It's pretty cool. I agree with a lot of this stuff. It's like very old, but Ben in Ohio should live to be 200 if sleep makes you live longer. He sleeps so much. How do you avoid stress? I think that's what we all would like to find out. No, not yet. I didn't watch more of Mr. Robot. You do sleep better now that the thyroid is gone. That's good. Page 108. It's pretty cool. It does have a chart in here called a schematic chart. Look at all those. So the pituitary, the pineal, the parathyroid, the thyroid, the thymus, the milk gland in females, the liver, the spleen, the adrenal gland, the pancreas, the kidney, the prostate gland in males, the generative glands, it's not completely anatomically correct. It was in 1925. Oh, you're eating Ghirardelli chocolate? Ooh, milk chocolate. Ooh, caramel. Ooh. My favorite is the salted caramel dark chocolate. That's my favorite. Love those. I know it's not very good for me, but... Oh, I was still going. Yeah, you probably do have to take thyroid. They sliced off enough of a healthy parathyroid and implanted it to regulate your calcium. Oh. You just take one pill a day? One thyroid pill a day and that's it? That's pretty cool. True Blue, you have to take 20 pills a day? Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. Yeah, you know, I think you need to just take a chill pill. Mute you, come back later. All right. Chapter 11, I skipped ahead. Yeah. Trolls are just, I will try to convince David to make a Von Mess video. As long as he doesn't start talking about how he's being censored. He's just on that all the time. You have 3 nasal sprays and 2 allergy medicines, and you have to get allergy shots, Misanthropy? Wow. How many do I take a day? Well, I take vitamins. So I take like vitamin D, iron, zinc. David says I should take magnesium because I crave chocolate. Which I don't really crave chocolate. That's true. I only crave chocolate every once in a while. It doesn't bug you that David thinks you censor him? I'm glad. If that's, yeah. All right. Yep. Okay. Rejuvenative effects from other well-known natural methods. Perhaps it's not generally known, and yet it merely remains to be pointed out that there are numerous other methods of securing mild radioactive stimulation. This guy believes like in stimulating the glands with radiation. Like X-rays were really new at that time. And so he believes in stimulating the glands with radiation. All right. They're quite universally employed and oftentimes with very remarkable degrees of success. For instance, there's the well-known sun bath, carried to a very high degree of perfection in the Swiss Alps and in various sanitaria scattered throughout this country and in Europe, where tuberculosis, rickets, and various internal disorders are treated with an extraordinary degree of success. It may be barely possible that a very considerable factor in the old sun worship was a recognition of this rejuvenating influence brought about by the ultraviolet rays of the sun. Indeed, in ancient India, exposure to the sun's rays has been practiced from time immemorial with the direct intention of stimulating the gonads to increased activity. Scores of thousands among us have had the opportunity of lying out in the sand at the seashore and soaking up the ultraviolet rays of the sun for days at a time. David would say, "Don't do it! It's, you're getting the worst radiation from the sun." Anyway, we know by experience that this stimulation is an actuality. In fact, it is quite definitively established that the almost animal-like appetites of savages and those living in the tropics is due to the very stimulation by the ultraviolet rays of the sun, which possibly at the same time develops in the peoples of the southern countries that fiery temperament and keen capacity found only among those who mature at an early age. That's good. I'm glad you're doing things that make you happy. This book that I'm reading to you is The Mysterious Glands, written in 1925. Mineral spring radioactive stimulation. I do recommend this. This would be kind of cool to do mineral springs. I do my version of a mineral springs, which is an Epsom salts in a bath. I like that. Well, as long as you rinse out after you brush with your fluoride, then you're fine. Especially when this stimulation of the solar rays is combined with the additional stimulation brought about by the minerals and solids contained in the water in which we bathe, is this factor apparent. There's a really cool lake up here, a mineral lake. It's called, what is it called? It's over in, it's a lake that's known for its healing. I kind of don't want to put that in there. It's Soap Lake. That's what it is. Soap Lake is kind of like a mineral lake, and they're known for their healing powers over in eastern Washington. All right. In point of fact, it is now quite generally admitted that much of the tonic influence experienced as a result of taking a course of baths at Carlsbad Hot Springs and other world-renowned resorts are due to the radioactive substances contained in the waters of these baths and to the stimulating effect of these substances reflecting upon the entire endocrine chain. So you think Elvis is alive? That guy does definitely sound like him. And he looks like an older version of him too. So, could be. You're like, well, I wish. He's alive in my heart. Soap Lake, SOAP. Yeah, I don't think she is. I love Princess Diana roses. They're like a beautiful tea rose, like a orange and pink. Ethical aspects of rejuvenation. There have been many vitriolic criticisms directed against the principles of rejuvenation, or more accurately, the retarding of senile change brought by those laboring under a misapprehension as to what the true as to the true intent of the work. These are the kind of people who oppose the use of chloroform in labor, or the assumption that to interfere with or to mitigate the severity of childbed pains contravened a plan of God, to the effect that women should bring forth her young in agony. Wow. Well, isn't it to retard is to stop to like slow the growth of. They don't use it as a noun, but I would think that it's still used as a verb sometimes. It is these same narrow-minded individuals who presume to criticize the value of the principle of retarding senility, not so much for the reason that the practice is ineffectual, as for the reason that it is unethical, immoral, and unnatural. It is regarded as a presumption and an impertinence on the part of mere man to attempt to obviate or overcome what the reactionaries, in their childishness, interpret as natural process of decay not to be interfered with. All right. Use it all the time in concrete. You retard the concrete. You slow down the set time. Okay. Every time the author writes, quite certain. That's true. The reason that Le Bon Dieu intended certain men and women to be old and senile, debilitated, full of strange aches and pains at 35 or 40, otherwise he would not have afflicted them with these symptoms. Against ignorance, even the gods themselves strive in vain. These individuals fail to perceive the salient point that the reason a man or woman is thus afflicted is usually because of the fact that he or she has violated the laws of nature by errors in diet, in hygiene, in imperfect elimination of toxic material generated in the alimentary canal, in ingesting an insufficient amount of water to flush toxic material out of the system through the kidneys. That's right. My mom always says, stay hydrated, drink more water. But that's probably because both my grandparents, like when they were old, the reason that they were hospitalized or that sent them in is to the oh good, Bemojis. Ooh, cute. I like that. Is because my grandparents were dehydrated. I'm going to check. Vemojis. That's cute. I voted cute. Oh, goodness. All right, nice. Good. Yeah, it's very, I do love the site. I like Mark's little favicon. You can tell him I like his favicon on there. That's really cute. And it is very user-friendly. That's cool. I like how it's laid out. Cool. I'll leave it up
Yeah, David will like, I'll leave it up and David will be going through the tabs one day. And he'll be like, oh, this is cool. And he'll like, yeah. All the rare emotes are going to be well known. Yes. Someone will get me of my one dancing mode, right? Misanthropy. They'll make an emote of that. All right, anyway, enough reading. You probably don't want to listen to me read about the mysterious glands from 1925. We have more other things to talk about. Oh, the newest ones are at the top. So it's like a history of the site, 7 years. So if I scroll down to the bottom. Oh yeah, look at that. And they're like super cute and simple in the early age. A big L, little L. Oh, cute. I remember those days. I remember the little bandit guy. Oh, and then the first person was Krista. That is cool. I remember the headbang. I think the facepalm still rings true today. Yeah, I like that coffee one. Hello. Oh, it's Mr. Scruffy. Hi, Mr. Scruffy. Nice to meet you. I don't think I've ever been honored by your presence before. Why does that not work? Oh, let me copy trigger and let's see if I can do that. I think he's following you. He's just making sure that you're okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. Well, it still didn't work. So maybe I have to put it in parentheses. I think it's just Mark. I did click the copy button too. Oh, I see. He has one that's Mark and then he has one that says the Mark and that's the same. So it's actually the same one, but it's one says the Mark, but it's not the Mark. Anyway, it's Mark. And he uses that for his favicon for the Vaughn site. I like that. I don't know. I don't know, but it's fine. How many? Okay. Good night, Misanthropy. The other day we were talking about you a little bit. Well, there's a word that came up in House of Cards about the word misogyny comes up and they're like, what's the other word that for women that hate men? And it was misandry. And some people were thinking it was misanthropy. But I'm like, no, that's hatred of humanity. Sleep well. One day you're going to change your name from, I don't know, what's the opposite of misanthropy? Love-anthropy? Never mind. I think I've gotten myself into a tangent there. Something that I'm sure that Melko will hold over me for a while. Sarah, you're contradicting yourself. Is it an anthrophile? Ooh, maybe. That might be, that's kind of a cool name, cool word. I bet you're right, Cashnet. Ooh. So either philanthropist or an anthrophile, they both seem to mean someone who loves people. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Scruffy, for putting in all those cool... Yeah, I like those. You're doing great. I like all of those Vemojis.
Vemoji. Cash Net USA Man.
So he has a new site called Vemojis.com, and it's all the...
Mark has it?
Mark has it. It's all the emojis that people bought over the years.
Oh, okay.
And they said it's from oldest to newest.
And you are
So
they
it
free?
goes, yeah, these are all free. But like if you ever wanted to post something in the site,
Yeah.
you're like, ooh, I wanted that one, whatever one you want.
Just copy it and hit
You
it
can
play.
copy that and then go to here
And paste.
and paste.
Well, that's a cool thing. All right.
All right.
I was wondering why there was no Vemoji of you. I mean, you should have a Vemoji considering.
I do have a really cool GIF of me.
Yeah.
That's of me dancing in the car. So there's Mr. Scruffy is in the room as well.
And that's a relative of hers?
Yeah, that's her. That's Miss Scruffy's husband.
Oh, right. Mr. Scruffy, right.
I said I don't think he's. Yeah. Her,
Yeah.
I didn't know. I don't think he's come in before our room.
No. Hey.
We were looking
Yeah.
up the opposite of misanthropy.
Love of humans.
Yeah, it's philanthropy
Philanthropy.
or anthrophile.
Anthrophile or philanthropy. Yeah. So this Napolitano agrees that putting Matthew Whitaker in the position of Attorney General is unlawful. Yeah, he agrees with Judge Napolitano. Many people respect him from Fox News. Agrees that it's with the illegal challenge to Whitaker's appointment. You voted. There you go. Hey, I'm glad a lot of you do vote. That's important. Getting the vote out is important, whether you vote for left or right or center. But since center doesn't have a place in American politics yet, it's kind of amazing how much suppression of shared information has been going on.
A Chris Cornell benefit concert is going to feature Soundgarden, Foo Fighters, Metallica.
Yeah, they're going to gather.
I wonder if that's going to be in Seattle, because I know they were building I think it was a statue to Chris Cornell in Seattle.
Really?
I think it was.
Yeah, they did. They built a statue, I believe, near the...
Oh, this is going to be at the Forum in Los Angeles.
Oh, it's going to be at the Forum. Cool. I know a lot of people that would love to see that, but let's see it live. Maybe they'll just post it. Would that be great if all concerts were posted live? I think YouTube should just be way better than what it is.
Well, the question is, would you pay to see a streamed concert?
No.
So what's in it for the people?
The music? The enjoyment of the music?
Well, yes, the enjoyment of the music. I'm talking about what's in it for them to put in the infrastructure to stream it live.
Oh no, they still make the people that go there live. They still make the venue money.
Yeah, I know.
It's just opening sourcing.
But you wouldn't even pay $1 for a live concert?
No, not if I'm an average American. No, I wouldn't. No, no way. I don't know. Would you pay $1? Any of you? Press 1 if you would pay $1 to see like a live concert like that online. I'm telling you, people are hurting for a buck. We need to stretch that money out. Thank you, Sarah. No, they get paid from the concert and the DVD rights and all the initial first strike copyright. That's what I'm proposing is a first strike copyright law. Huh? It is a first strike copyright law. Yeah, anybody who gets to see it for free. Yeah, well, YouTube's going to be a paid site, but then other sites will just grow around it. I don't think you understand free rules. Reading your message. I saw that. That was very mean. Mean message. I hear you, though. There are always new... well, the thing is, Why do people do anything? I mean, do they want to not be heard? I would think music should be shared. I don't understand why somebody would want to just make big bucks on music. I don't charge for anything I do. I don't understand why people have to be so greedy and snidey about everything. Why not just make everything more open source? First strike copyright law could hold on any major motion picture. But after it's been played out in a theater, anybody could go in there with a high definition camera and strike it and send it to Korea or China and make a lot of money. And they do that, whether you like it or not. I don't think I'm going to make a decision whether I'm going to do one or not. If I'm inspired to do one, I'll do one. I'll tell you that. Yeah, musicians are rich, and a lot of them are floating in cash. Now, I understand, Neil Young just lost his house in Malibu. And he just married Daryl Hannah. Neil Young and Daryl Hannah are now a couple. But they came home from their wedding, I'm sure, to find devastation, and they're dealing with it right now. They're heartbreaking. And the people in Malibu that are suffering now are the real wealthy, elite, rich people. Yeah, and that's you're starting to hit a nerve of American popular political beliefs. Now, if those people buy into the belief that Hillary is going to somehow stop this terrible climate change, then they're stupid, because we're not creating this from climate change or from any global greenhouse gas warming. This is willful weather warfare. Our country's being attacked with chemicals. Directed energy weapons, laser beams are being used against our nation. We can't just hide behind the belief that, well, it's just all due to greenhouse gases. Ooh. So that's why I'm not a Democrat. Plus, I think that they're charging taxes on average people when they should be creating more programs with the money they do have, reallocating it properly. Hey, we lost the guy, Hal guy.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do.
Yeah, he's dead now. Yes. Hal died yesterday. Douglas Rain, the voice of the computer named Hal, died at 90 years old. But he lived a pretty long life, and we lost another. Stan Lee died of the Marvel family. He passed away yesterday too, at 95. He had a pretty rough end of his life there. We were reading a story from a blog, or actually an editorial on it. Stan Lee was having some problems. But now, Douglas Rain, Shakespearean and voice of computer named Hal, died. He was a thespian, one of the greatest thespians in the world. Yes, he'll be known in history as perhaps the most iconic voice of all times, among many. And Don Pardo. And all the great voiceover artists in the history of voiceover. Not to mention Casey Kasem, America's Top 40. Hey, Magic Gnome, how are ya? We are not dealing with contradictions. We told you, you're out of the show, man. Another contradiction. What is your view on term limits in the House and Senate? I totally support 2 terms in the Senate, 4 in the House. I think any more than that is a ridiculous tragedy of cycled bad government. If we keep these people to short terms, I guarantee corruption will not linger in our country. Term limits should have been done years ago. We're struggling with the aftermath of term limits right now, having all these people who are hooked up to corporate money. 4 2-year terms in the House, that's probably enough. Senator terms are much longer. I think they can move from the House into the Senate too. That would be a way to go. Oh, it's way overdue. And we're never going to get that from the left or the right. Neither the Democrats nor the Republicans will talk about term limits until they realize a third party is winning favor with it. Then it'll be, a no-brainer. They'll all start, oh, well, we want term limits too. Ugh. Everybody will go in that direction. Hey, thanks, Magical Gnome, for your support. I could have easily helped the country in some capacity, but the 2 parties really don't want me in because they know I'm free as a bird. I'm a free thinker. They can't control me. They can't pigeonhole me. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Once they're a senator or a House of Representative, U.S., they get an automatic $160,000 the rest of their life. That's a really pretty horrible thing. They passed it as an amendment to the Constitution, I believe, that gave them the ability to give themselves salary increases. I'm not sure which one it was, but they could, as long as they agree, they could all get salary increase. Oh, yep, that's correct. I don't want to charge for anything, no. I really don't. Oh, we have a call. Oh, no. The phone was taken out of here. Yeah. The hot dial to the troll call. Mr. Scruffy. Mr. and Miss Scruffy. Yeah, it's way overdue, Mr. Scruffy.
Oh. 304.
Okay, we won't. 304. We have a winner. I will not be having sex in the White House. Yeah, I really can't imagine getting into that mindset. I don't know what's going on in the Oval Office right now, but, you know, with Carolyn Sunshine and all this philandering that Donald Trump does. But I assure you, the chat in our show, in the Oval Office, will be controlled. You'll have chat cams all over the place. You'll be able to see that there won't be anybody performing sex acts. And you'll have a live view of the Oval Office when I'm president. That's something I don't think any president has ever done before. It's going to be tough. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. We've got a lot of people that have to be vetted. Perhaps the biggest problem is the FBI and the CIA. But we have to get the best possible people working for them, and they have to all be lie detected in multiple ways. And we have to make sure that they're working for America's interest, not for Russia's interest, because it's clearly obvious that right now our country is very close to being under Russia's influence. I mean, it'd be ridiculous to not say that they've controlled the elections and perhaps even the recent midterm elections. And they know that the Russian Zionists that run Russia know that they can control our country from within with money. And they've managed to control the highest, most greediest people, like Mitch McConnell, who gets money from foreign governments now because of decisions that Brett Kavanaugh put together in 2011, making it so that foreign governments can finance super PACs, and it's put our country at risk. Hey, these recent attacks have got to be solved, and if at the very least we create a force of super scooper planes, what I'm proposing is $500 million dedicated to building a fleet of planes that can travel across the country and troubleshoot major fires. Now, I can't bring back life that has been scorched for directed energy weapons, but I can assure you I will investigate every aspect of that and find out who's behind it with a certain certainty that cuts right through the BS. I won't take no for an answer. I want to know exactly where that plane's been. And I want to know all the planes that have the ability to do this and where they have been. And Flight 24 wouldn't tell me. So I want to know if those planes have been used to create and etch the ground of California in such an erratic pattern. This is an actual picture of a laser, a directed energy weapon beam that was used in California. And we have other examples of this. But these directed energy weapons have a foreboding effect. All of us are vulnerable to the attack from these things. Now, our government's never acknowledged even using these against their own people. We're so far from that, I can't even tell you. The very fact that I'm even talking about it and bringing up these issues to explain what has happened and why people literally ran from their car. We had California shots that were pretty overwhelming of people running from their car in Malibu. And the cars literally stacked up, one on top of the other. We played those earlier. And we showed you the devastation along the coastline. Erratic shots of a forest that didn't keep burning? It made no sense. If fires cause this, then why did some of the fire not get burned? When you drive through these areas, some of the fires not burned any of the trees. You see trees in the background that are not even touched by this. If this is a real fire and these are Santa Ana winds or whatever pressing westward, the fire would go in all directions and it'd go from tree to tree. But for some reason, these trees weren't even ignited. I mean, it's like it hit it so fast, it burned those other cars, and then it left these trains standing. It just doesn't make any sense at all. And the amount of fires that have been happening and the lack of arsonists named by the police and lack of investigative work by the FBI and the arson detection implies that there's something going on that they're not telling us. I disagree. I don't think we need to land a lot of ban rebuilding homes in forest and mountain areas. I think we have to figure out why we're dehydrating the coastline. Get to the bottom of this, the source. The more you impinge upon people's freedom to build anywhere they want, all of these areas that are scorched right now could easily be bomb shelters. People could build underground. Every one of the homes could easily be converted into an underground container home. Very easily. All we need is the right moving equipment and everyone could still live there while it rebuilds. No one needs to lose their land. Okay, see you later, Miss Scruffy. Take care. Thank you. Hope you feel better. That's a horrible fit thing that she had a terrible reaction to something like a medicine. Wow. These are directed energy weapons being used. So anyway, I want to talk about the solutions. Thanks, Magic Gnome. If we don't have a fleet of these super scoopers in our like FEMA force that could go into anywhere in California or anywhere around the country, really, we are without preparation. So what are our officials doing if they aren't making good, solid decisions? Now, Jerry Brown had an opportunity to spend $7 billion. He had $7 extra billion last year. Instead of paying it back toward the loan he took out, the 500 plus billion he's taken out, California has, instead of giving it to something like this, he put it in an interest-bearing account to borrow against so that he could expand more debt. That's what the Democrats do. That's what Jerry Brown did. He could have bought these planes. No, nothing to do with Jerry Brown and his forest management. I disagree. No, what this is a directed energy weapon deployed on all these homes. Anyone other than that would be, in La La Land. We saw the Malibu situation. It was disastrous. And we'll be playing it for you tonight in our late night show. But directed energy fire, the results of micro gaps in the ozone layer, letting the UV ray from the sun land at full force in some area, like for the magnifying glass in the ants. Well, I'll tell you, that's a very good theory, Dr. Meow. I'm glad you mentioned it. It would be wonderful if God's hand was involved here. The Lord's hand. But in reality, we've already screwed up the magnetosphere so much that you may be right. For real. You may be right. So look at what just happened. We'll play this for you again. Okay, this is the beach in Malibu.
This is in Malibu, California. See the helicopter? People ran their cars down onto the beach to try to escape the fire and were burned alive in their cars. And somehow the fire came onto the beach.
Unreal.
See the helicopter? This is in Malibu, California.
All right, so we were asking near Zuma Beach, yeah. I was just there last April, so how can a fire go on the beach? Any ideas? How does a fire spread on the beach? Magic Gnome, that's an inappropriate statement. Yeah. Yeah, hey Jackson. Action Jackson's here, man. Who do we have over here in La La Land? I can't even see your face. Robuscules. Oh, you're the far edge of the show. Okay. Showing the dollar bill and the Andrew Jackson. All right, Robuscules. I would never set a fire. I'm not into fire. Any ideas from you people that say that, so you're saying this is just a movie set? They like doctored this up, carbonized everything. That would take a lot of carbonization and a lot of propane. Yeah, it's a helicopter that was down by the fire in California. And everyone's asking, well, how can the fire burn on silica, which is sand? It's a big word for sand. Dave, large embers of fire traveled in the air from the forest. Oh, so these embers just kind of landed over on top of the cars, and the cars just started fire. Wow. Now, paint on your car doesn't normally burn from embers. They'll land in your car, and they can just tumble all over you. None of the brush was burned. Yeah, that's right. You can see the video.
See the helicopter?
See that?
See the
None of the brush got burned.
This is in Malibu, California.
All right, so anyone have any ideas yet? Helicopters kind of fly and they're full of kerosene. So you're saying the helicopter just flew into the fire? You believe that? Wow. You've got Democrats on your mind. Yeah, you people on the Republican side really are upset that the Democrats pulled the House, aren't you? You don't know what to do. You can't believe your balloon of believing in Donald Trump and his fakery is deflating. When Donald Trump isn't really helping America, he's helping Russia. So far, everything Trump has done has helped Russia. He's even tried to get rid of our armies in Germany. He was overheard saying, "Why do we have so many people in Germany? I don't understand." And now Emmanuel Macron is thinking of creating a European army. How about that? But them apples. Yeah. So Trump wants to leave a NATO alliance? That's exactly what Russia would want. That's all they would ever want. That's a wet dream in Russia. Yeah. You know what a wet dream is? Congrats to you and yourself for congratulating me, for congratulating you. The Mutual Congratulations Society is now in session. Well, thank you and congratulations for chatting with me tonight. We've got a woman we featured last night about the truth behind what's going on with Nixivium. And we brought you podcasts of Nixivium featuring discussions with Sarah Bronfman and her sister, both heiresses to the Seagram's fortune. And we found out that this man, Keith Raniere, this was a picture in 2011. He is being named as in a multiple case of child trafficking. And I think that's important to talk about sometimes. Why are these cults even in America? And you question, are they corrupt at the top of the heap? These people were super wealthy, trafficking in children. I think Jim Acosta and the CNN is now filing a lawsuit against Donald Trump, and they should. Trump is trying to stifle free speech, and Jim was just representing everybody in America who voted Democrat, who said, yeah, we do want to know exactly what the indictments are all about. Oh, it's all fake news. It's a Russian hoax. I don't want to talk about it. Shut up. Shut up. You're out of here. It's fake news. I want you out. I want you out now. Shoot the messenger. I don't want to hear about it. 3 hoaxers in one. Orlando Pulse Vegas 91,000 Oaks borderline line shooting. Wow, how did 60 people from Mandalay Bay end up at the borderland shooting? Go figure. The Thousand Oaks hoax shooting. Thank you. You're so sweet. But you're sounding a little too gay for me, Magical Gnome. So if you don't want me to ban you for sexually harassing me, you better stop talking this way, okay? So stick to the issues. Focus on topics. Oh, you're a woman. Oh, you're not gay. Okay, gotcha. Well, it still sounds like sexual harassment if a woman's trying to, compliment me so much. Trump said that the French were starting to learn German before the USA intervened, except for the little detail that the Latin, Greek, German were mandatory in school since 1890. Oh well. David, Patriot Plus News Network online publication just announced Jim Acosta has been detained on a conspiracy to commit treason against the U.S. of America. Are you serious? Jim Acosta's been detained on conspiracy? Okay, just for asking about the Russian indictments? I gotcha. Let's just take a look if that's true. CNN sues President Trump and top White House aides for barring Jim Acosta. And now the White House is changing its tune as to why they yanked him. What is he saying now? Oh, it's all fake news. I'm rewriting history right now with new lies. Hang on. We know that from the outset, Trump was pissed.
This reached a boiling point November 7th, when the White House revoked CNN reporter Jim Acosta's press pass indefinitely after he engaged in a tense exchange with President Trump. The administration cited this brief confrontation with a White House press aide as the reason for suspension.
One other question, if I may ask, on the Russia investigation.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them.
CNN sued the Trump administration November 13th, claiming the pass was revoked in retaliation for Acosta's tough questions. There's no record of the White House removing a reporter's press pass due to unfavorable questioning, but this is certainly not the first time the office of the president and the media have clashed. Former President Lyndon Johnson's Secret Service would not credential Robert Sherrill, a reporter at The Nation. The agency said Sherrill was a physical threat to the president, as he had been in a fistfight with one of Johnson's campaign aides. Sherrill sued and won in 1977. Former President Richard Nixon drafted 2 lists of White House reporters, those we can count on and those we can never count on. Nixon disliked Stuart Laurie of the Los Angeles Times, and his reporting on the cost to taxpayers of maintaining Nixon's vacation properties angered the president so much he demanded Laurie be banned from the White House. More recently, former President Barack Obama engaged in a long-running feud with Fox News. Fox News pundits frequently criticized Obama, sometimes, he said, misrepresenting his background and views.
He attended a Muslim school, a madrasa.
This led to pushback from the then president, including the assertion that Fox News was different from other news organizations.
I've got one television station that is entirely devoted to attacking my administration. That's a pretty.
I assume you're talking about Fox.
Well, that's a pretty big megaphone, and you'd be hard pressed if you watched the entire day to find a positive story about me on that front.
CMS Administrator Seema Verma.
Yes, but Obama never fired anybody from the press group. This is unprecedented, pun intended. Yeah, you got to admit Trump and Huckabee troll the crap out of Acosta. Not really. They're just using shoot the messenger mentality. Acosta represents the American people. The American people voted unanimously to replace the House with a majority of probably 53 to 54% of the country. I don't consider that a majority. So a very weak majority, like a simple majority. I would prefer 67% of the American people wanting accountability. So I think we're kind of around 40% of the country want impeachment. Other people just don't want Republicans in office. That's why the Democrats prevailed. But that's just a small group of people over the average person. Because I think a lot of people really like the fact that Trump is hard on the border issue. And the Democrats got this ridiculous mandate that they should somehow keep fighting for amnesty for these people, which I'm against. I want a strong border too. This was my idea of the 1,000-mile fence. Trump called it a wall, and this Mexico is going to pay for it. No, I don't think so. In fact, Mexico laughed at him. But I think that at this point, Trump's attack on Acosta is attack on the free speech of this country. Because I would welcome another reporter to ask the same question. there was nothing wrong with the question. We wanted to talk about the indictments. No, it's all a Russian hoax. Okay, we have a president that calls the Russian contamination of the election, which we know for a fact by the Senate and the FBI and CIA reports that happened. He wants to call that a Russian hoax. He wants to deny that the Russians were actually affecting our election. He's working for Russia. Even by calling it a Russian hoax, he's doing Russia's bidding right now. And he's doing other things too. Betraying our relations with Xi Jinping, forcing the price of oil going up, and now it's taking a slide because of the global economic slide, but he was kind of angling the price of oil up there for a while with the trade embargo and the trade tariffs imposed on China, which wasn't even called for. Creating a trade war right now in our history, with our economy still barely on the edge, same with China, all of us are really kind of trying to gain momentum. He pulls the rug out from under us and starts a trade war with one of the largest trading partners in the world. That's not exactly a smart move, especially when our economy has relied on globalization as a primary ingredient to resolving the economic problems we're facing. I'd love to say, oh yeah, we had shovel-ready jobs under Obama, but he didn't deliver. You know it. You're out of here. We don't allow Trump supporters here. You obviously lost your mind when you accepted Trump as your savior. Trump is working for Russia. He's doing everything he can for Russia. I don't care if Acosta treats me, he could accost me all he wants. If he asked me about indictments, I'd say, well, I'm sure that the process is going forward and whatever is best in the end will come out with a final decision by a jury of my peers or your peers or the country's peers. We'll have an answer. I want to keep the process rolling. I support the process. Even if it would be an indictment into something I would do. And I would never do something that would warrant an indictment, but you get called from different angles as a president and you have to defend yourself while steering the country toward a better goal, which I think we all have one goal in mind is financial solvency. I think everybody in this country dreams of financial solvency. Not what Trump has. He's in debt. That's not solvency. Every American dreams of owning their own home, having a good job that'll pay for that fairly quickly. And I think we need to move in that direction. That's really the heart and soul of this country. And we shouldn't have everybody living in rentals and leased buildings. We should have government-owned structures that are managed properly, overseen properly, and maintained properly, where people can actually live in a house that at least the government is financing the operation, so that we don't have greedy the very same slumlords that Jared Kushner and Donald Trump represent, running our country. We all need the ability to have a decent place to live, and we've got about 5 or 6 million people right now without a house, in a tent, with a winter coming. It's going to happen. We've got to get people, not the wealth. I don't want to distribute the wealth. I want to make sure people have a roof over their head. We call it getting back to the basics. And that's at the basis of hybrid capitalism. It's not taking money from the rich to pay poor people cash dividends. That's not the way it works. But we are going to try to get people $400 a month per person. And that'll help elevate the situation a little bit. But with so many people now stealing my idea, they want to up it to 500. Somebody's even saying they're going to run with 1,000. At this point, we'll match and meet and add a $5 amount to any amount that somebody comes up with.
Hi. And he was in a little baby stroller, and I guess I wasn't quick enough at writing all the puzzles down, but I've gotten a lot quicker, and I understand the game more, and it's my favorite game to watch. I DVR it every single night.
That woman was just looking for a job on Wheel of Fortune, and she got so many jobs. She's like working left and right. Now she's working the 1,000 hoax shooting. Christine Lenoinen plays Susan Orfanos after she lost her son at the Pulse nightclub and claimed her homosexual son died. She now has lost another son at the 1,000 hoax shooting.
An anguished mother there talking about her son My son was telephoned us. We lost him last night at the borderline shooting. My son was in Las Vegas with a lot of his friends and he came home. He didn't come home last night. And I don't want prayers. I don't want thoughts. I want gun control and I hope to God nobody else sends me any more prayers. I want gun control. No more guns. Thank you.
So she was at both shootings, and her face has been seen in multiple places. She is a crisis actress, and she was working to get a job back when she was looking for a job on Wheel of Fortune.
Never miss a game.
Great.
Thank you.
She was for hire, and now that she signed a non-disclosure agreement, they own her. She cannot go against the line they feed her, whatever it is. Her son died in Pulse nightclub. Her son died at the Thousand Oaks shooting. All the 50 or 60 people that are at the Mandalay Bay attack, which we still don't have evidence of, were also at the recent Thousand Oaks shooting. The chance of that happening is zero. Statistically zero. All 60 people being at the same location, at another location. Oh, really? No kidding. Wow. Well, you just grabbed my attention. Did you see this scissor fight? Yeah, they actually had there's a false flag theory about the attack in Malibu. Okay. Interesting. The scene of an actual movie called Post-Nuclear Blast. Oh no. It was Point Dume State Beach, yeah, right there. 4 days, September 1st, 2018. Really? Very interesting. The parking lot, the beach were littered with burnt out cars, buses. Well, I will tell you this. I think you definitely got me thinking. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm willing to change my position on this if we vet this information, if that story is just not true. It didn't affect the actual beach area. It looks fishy. Okay, so Scissor Fight's saying it looks fishy, that there's too much information on that Malibu shoot. Well, then maybe you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm more than willing to change my position on this. Yeah, the chopper was kind of small, I agree. Yeah, now we're beginning to wonder, why would they put out a false flag event, jumping us all the way into the idea that people were zapped on the beach? Someone looking for 15 minutes of fame, that's possibly true. Okay, well, we're going to not focus on the Malibu. We're going to put that on the side, throw that story off in the proverbial garbage can, relegated to, we don't know what the hell that was. Let's focus on what's really happening, the coastline. And how the fires, and Misanthropy brought this up, the fires have all the indication of a pattern of fires that clear the way for the rail line that they're proposing, the high-speed rail line between LA and San Francisco. The fires are going along in the same direction. That whole area, like through Clear Lake right there, that's part of a series of burns. They want to make a turn right through there into the San Francisco Bay Area. And that's why they're burning the area to virtually create cheap property. It's easier than eminent domain. And that's something that they could probably do with any barriers, and the insurance claims on a lot of these houses are much less when they call it a natural fire. Yeah, let's focus on what we do know. Let's not even, I'm beginning to think that was fake in Malibu. Thank you. And thank you guys for hanging in there with me and exclaiming it was fake. I'm willing to bend in any direction when we're trying to vet the truth here. Absolutely. I don't think David Hogg was being honest, Ace Spade. He lied about being at the Parkland shooting. He said he was not an actor, and yet he said he was helping his acting training. He said he was 4 miles away, and he rode to it in his bike, and then he changed his story to he was there at the shooting when it happened. So David Hogg's already contradicted himself a couple times and publicly. And we caught him reading his lines, too. Yeah, that's why none of the brush was touched. Well, the other theory is the directed energy weapon was just frying them in their seat. But I think we have to focus on the fires and the ones that did die, that we know for sure. Malibu was hit for sure, and they definitely saw the fire going from east to west. Then these Santa Ana winds, they call them, come up from nowhere. They can also be manufactured. And the entire wind and the firestorm could have been manufactured as well, using phased array radar and heavy metals in the atmosphere. They have a soup of heavy metals they can direct and create triangulation and move them in a circular cylindrical pattern, which can easily create kind of like a hurricane whirlwind. We had a video earlier regarding Portugal and the fires that happened there. The fire devil was caught, and these winds can pick up rapidly. I'll play a little of it for you. Yeah, so it starts out as like a little whirlwind of fire, and then it just skyrockets right up in the sky. Somebody said they had a picture of a directed energy weapon in Portugal, but this is the opposite of that. This natural vortex occurs as intense heat combines with turbulent winds. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, huh? It's not that interesting, but thank you. Back to you in the newsroom. CNN announced Tuesday it's going to sue in the White House over Jim Acosta press pass being revoked, and importantly, the White House now seems to be changing its tune about exactly why it sanctioned Acosta. In a statement Tuesday morning, the White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders suggested that the decision was about Acosta refused to yield the microphone while questioning the president. We have been advised that CNN has filed a complaint challenging the suspension of Jim Acosta's hard pass. This is just more grandstanding from CNN, and we will vigorously defend it against this lawsuit. CNN, who has nearly 50 additional hard pass holders, and Mr. Acosta is no more or less special than any other media outlet or reporter with respect to the First Amendment. After Mr. Acosta asked the president 2 questions, each of which the president answered, he physically refused to surrender a White House microphone to an intern so that other reporters might ask their questions. This was not the first time this reporter has inappropriately refused to yield to other reporters. This White House cannot run an orderly and fair press conference when reporters act this way, which is neither appropriate nor professional. Well, I think Acosta had a right to ask those questions, though. That's the thing. So instead of the president answering the questions, it all became about a big issue about a man and a woman struggling for a microphone. You see how this has diverted our attention from the truth? The truth is Donald Trump would not answer his questions. Thank you. This country is just a bump on a log. Yeah, good point. Coming from your perspective, anybody is a bump on the log. The log of your own making. All right. Well, I know, and that's the thing. The White House has not been behaving nice. They've got almost a constant war going on. Now, Melania is attacking a national security advisor assistant and calling this woman out for no reason. And I think a lot of people are at the point where we're just willing to, at this point, go, you know, we need a semblance of order here. Let's stop with the constant he said, she said, shoot the messenger, and just build a team of people that can answer the questions. Why did Donald Trump?
Let's start with the.
Why did Donald Trump have friends with 8 felonies each, involving fraud and all kinds of money mispractices? Why did Donald Trump choose those guys as his lead guys in the year and a half that has passed? I just don't get it. And why should we not be looking now at money laundering by Donald Trump, possibly with the Russians? Why would we not be opening up this can of worms, his tax returns, 10 years? Why are we ignoring these key issues? Because our country's already been taken over. The Zionists are already covering for Donald Trump. They've got good cover. They've got all kinds of ways of deflecting. And that's why they're making Mueller look like kind of a guy with nothing to say and boop, 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 and supposedly another indictment on Tuesday, which we've yet to hear. So I think what we're dealing with is the Zionist takeover of our country from within, and their use and control over Russia is pretty obvious as well. So far we're in a holding pattern and nothing will get done because they have an iron grip over the process, over the government itself. That's all I can surmise from what's been happening. So this security aid is headed for an exit after class.
Shocker of this all, what do we know about why the First Lady is publicly calling for a senior national security staffer to be fired, and has that staffer been fired?
Well, Jacob, all the dramas and all the shakeups here at the White House, and there have been many over the last year and 3/4 or so, this certainly is an unusual one, largely because it's the East Wing firing a shot across the bow at the West Wing. Of course, the East Wing is where the First Lady's office works. But I was told just a moment ago by a White House official, the president has made the decision to remove and indeed fire this national security advisor, the deputy national security advisor. She's not being escorted out of the White House, as some reports indicated. She's being given a little bit of time to collect her things, but it comes after there was a bit of drama on the First Lady's trip last month to Africa. There was some back and forth, some disrespect in the eyes of some advisors to the First Lady. Now, this is all coming as this deputy national security advisor today happened to be standing only a few feet behind the president at a different event. So it makes the timing of this very curious.
I've never seen anything like this, a First Lady publicly calling for a national security official to be fired. Your reaction?
Last time I checked, we didn't have a royal family, but they sure do like to act like it. Listen, if there is insubordination or something really foul at hand here, okay, let's hear it. But I think we all should be concerned because the First Lady is calling for the firing of a national security advisor. Last time I checked, the First Lady didn't have any national security experience.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely. I agree. Well, that's kind of messed up, I'll tell you. We do have a video of the lady in the background, though, of this video that is interesting. Let's take a look at this. I'm not going to throw the entire video out like the baby with the bathwater. She was seeing the wind shift from no pattern at all to all kinds of movement in Malibu. Came out of nowhere.
The fire. You think I can still get through anybody else? Now that we've been evacuated and the fire is heading this way? Anyway, you guys, just want to let you know I'm okay. Leaving. I'll report anything else as it's going. Okay? Love you guys. Out of here.
The winds were insane.
Hi, you guys. Exactly what I have dreaded happening for this area. It's coming now.
Right, look at the center spot. Look at that. Right up there. Look at that. See that glowing up there in the middle of the sky? Wow. It's a hot spot in the sky.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch it. Where is it? No. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Way over there. Oh, don't tell me.
And Meow TV has an interesting theory. He thinks it's a UV hole from space that's causing these fires. Now that kind of runs parallel to my beliefs that the magnetosphere has been altered with all these chemtrails. So I think I'm in sync with you, man. I feel your pain. All right, we're going to go to another video from California wildfires from Scissor Fight. Let's take a look at that. I'm going to go to 144.
Cheap. It's better to hedge your portfolio than necessarily get out, but it's better to hedge or get out early because once this thing happens, it'll happen so quick that people won't know it.
Okay.
According to a report by Reuters, on Friday, shares of California power utilities plummeted as wildfires once again are tearing across the state, leaving thousands of customers without gas or electricity. PG&E Corporation sank 15% and was on track for its biggest one-day drop since 2002.
Okay, was that what I was trying to bring that up? Was that what we're talking about? Yeah, we'll play that video tonight as well. But yeah, chemtrails trying to cover it up. No, chemtrails led to this. Yeah, chemtrails are leading to all of this. This is a super scooper water plane. This would solve the whole problem, and nobody's talking about it except me. So I'm not sure why the country is ignoring the most obvious solution. We need more of these planes. The Dow Jones dropped 100 points today. Topsy-turvy trading. Up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 sliding all the way down. Up, down. Okay, and that's that. I have a theory. Somebody was saying the other night that if you don't have a huge parachute for a plane, it won't really affect the drop rate of a plane in a distressful situation. I say the plane's going down. So if we have a plane dropping due to some mechanical problem on board, and say it's taking a nosedive, wouldn't it behoove us to have a large parachute in the front nose cone and then possibly a smaller parachute in the back tail line? So it automatically goes from this position to this position where it would then fly for a while. I mean, seriously, we could easily put a parachute or two in every single plane in the country. I've even thought of putting 20 parachutes in every plane in the country. I just don't understand why we don't do something to prevent planes from crashing. It seems kind of an obvious thing to me, that we would have something in place in every plane, even a basic parachute, a large parachute, but nothing. So I put together the blimp plane idea, which would change and revolutionize travel in America and around the world too, where we take all the fuselage of all the old planes and rebuild them into a blimp plane, which could fly. Blimpy. Yes. And then there was Blimpy. Blimpy. Blimp pack is, the idea is the blimp pack is something that we could attach to the fuselage of planes that are currently in our retired section. We've got a veritable wasteland of planes that are sitting there going to waste right now. And we could build a blimp pack for every one of them and get these things up and running. And every single blimp pack could also come with a parachute system that could offer at least the ability to stabilize an aircraft at any height. I mean, it seems like an innovation that should have happened. One large parachute here and one smaller parachute there would automatically bring the plane's nose cone up and help its wings retain more of some sort of a glide in any situation, under any stress. I've been to the airplane graveyard on video. It's an amazing amount of planes. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's out in Arizona. Yeah, and there's videotape of it. Tucson, Arizona.
Boeing is also building some new wings for the A-10, so the A-10 is going to be kept around for quite a while.
Look at that. Look at all those planes. Every one of them could easily carry you could have a blimp attached to it. Everything that you're looking at is made with the top-notch steel and aluminum construction. Every single one of these cylinders that you call planes has the potential for flight again. The blimp pack offers every single plane a chance to fly yet again. Isn't that amazing? And look at these cargo planes that could be adapted. Every one of these could be turned into a blimp pack. So I think that we could do a lot of major innovations with planes. I think we're only in our infancy with planes, especially considering we still kept our infrastructure. All right, so we're going to clear that out of there and say goodbye to the plane, the blimp pack. Thank you. Okay, time for some music. Right. Mr. Right. That's it. Great ideas. That's what we're here for. America's Third Party is dedicated to innovation on the fly. Because I am Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right. Too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right. Too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. To beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right. Too good to be true.
Okay, here we are back at the scene. Let's take a look at the word of the street. This is what's going on.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Dude, I'm gonna teach you guys how to smoke weed, okay? First, what you're gonna want to do is mix up some weed. Sorry, I forgot to do the last part. Then you smoke it. So, hey, what's up? I just got done listening to some Kanye West, and I gotta say, my mom just walked out. I think she heard me. No, I don't listen to Kanye West. What had? No, that's not what it means. It means have high expectations. No, I don't smoke weed because I listen to rap music, Mom. I smoke weed because I freaking hate my life. Because you treat me like a 5-year-old. Fine, I'll go sleep in the backyard tonight then.
This is the daily life of a lot of people right now. So I think we have to get into the groove of where people are at. A lot of young people want to have What's Going On is the best one. Yeah, let's play him too. I think a lot of people want to have a future. And I don't know. And without a future like tiny houses are offering, people really don't know what to expect. A lot of people are a little bit, freaked out about their future. Back in my parents' day, they got back from the war and they got a VA loan and they bought a house, and those houses were dirt cheap. And they sold that house and they made some money on that house, and they bought another house and they sold that house. They made some money on that house. And they ended up spending more than they really had, and they were deep in debt in the process. But they kept buying houses and selling them and moving around, and that's a typical American family back then. Back then, you could make money on houses. But now your future is kind of limited.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we've got an overdose of toilet paper problems. A lot of countries are moving toward bidets. We could certainly consider adapting to that model. But I think we should look at maybe creating an alternative way of dealing with the toilet problem by making a seawater pipeline and having seawater. All our new developments would be seawater toilets and freshwater taps. So you get fresh water at the tap and seawater toilets. So you don't have to worry about the seawater. It's flushed back into the seawater swill, which then processes it. But for our existing houses, we'll keep what we have. And our system is working fine. Impossible kill ratio, borderline shooting hoax. Yeah, I agree. 12 shots, 12 dead. I agree. So the borderland, excuse me, thank you.
Three gunshot wounds to the chest. I'm gonna go ahead and go by this article here by NBC News. The patrolman, you guys know, like every single time all these hoaxes, like the first patrolman there or whatever officer, whatever, they're the first one dead. You know what I mean? If I was an officer, I would not be the first one in because these hoaxes, they're gone. You know what I mean? So the patrolman was able to drag Helios out of the line of fire, but he died in the hospital later, and the sheriff said, right, okay. So the SWAT team, FBI, of course, they showed.
My biggest concern was how can a guy roll off 12 rounds and kill 12 people without a slight injury on one of them? It's impossible. Excuse me. You hear that in movies, but you don't normally see that in real life. Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, there's all kinds of movies where people, shoot people perfectly and they're all dead and blah, blah, blah. I agree, toilet paper is a big problem. But the septic safe systems are working. I think there's my voice. It's back. Thank you. Well, the seawater will be fresh, clean seawater. Seawater on tap will be clean. 100% pure. Yes. It'll already be filtered. It'll be our swill water. And it won't be recycled. We won't be sending it back. It won't be toilet water going back in your tap to flush your toilet. There are places using seawater as flushable units in Hawaii right now. I miss you playing your games online. I know. I got kicked off Twitch. It really upset me. People were very upset about it. It changed the dimension of our show. It did, because I wanted to be a game player and spend all my time playing Grand Theft Auto in the show. And it just didn't work out for me. Plus, it was kind of a bore after a while. So we have that video in the lineup. 3 hoaxers in one. Orlando Pulse 91. Thousands of Oak borderline shootings. We'll talk about that. And this story came in. Yes, the president is still planning on building the wall. He is shitting bricks as we speak. That was supposed to be a funny meme. I wish it was so fun. I mean, if Trump wasn't so tragic, I'd be laughing, but it's not seawater. No, it's processed, Tim. I'm not going to replace any of our toilets right now. Only new developments. If you heard my words, only new developments. Not nude developments, new developments. Yeah. Only new developments near the seawater pipeline. Since you guys don't want to come up with a seawater pipeline, I got to just go ahead and run for president and do it myself. Sorry. You can steal my idea if you want. Trump has. He's stolen over 20 of my ideas. I think that's perfectly okay in some ways. I mean, I had a problem initially with it, but my drone surveillance system has concluded that there's nothing to be worried about. We maintain constant fun. If the fun factor is not happening in the show, I have to immediately go to alternative forms of fun. It's unfortunate, but it has to happen. Rollin' rawhide. Oh, I know you love blackface. I don't love blackface. I only did blackface because I had to do blackface. You got to understand, I would love to not do blackface. But I have to do that in order to maintain the strength of the free speech in our country. If you don't test your free speech, you can't really know you're free, right? And how could you impersonate Barack Obama without actually going into blackface? I mean, he does have kind of a dark tone in his skin. Okay, meanwhile, we've got problems with Trump. Yes. His relationship with his daughter has always been an issue. I think we have to think about that constantly. Michelle Obama is a transgender. That's another problem we have to deal with. Let's show Michelle Obama right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to show you, and let this be an unveiling, because I know Michelle doesn't have it in her to come out of the closet and admit she's a dude. And the people she works for, they don't want her to come clean about her transsexuality. But I think it's safe to say right now that Michelle is a transgender. Don't say it. Yeah, we are dealing with a tranny. We have this very weird picture from the early 1980s when Barack Obama was going to Occidental College. And he met LaVaughn Robinson. Thank you. Don't mistreat anyone with a disability. You'll be prosecuted. Yeah, his name was LaVaughn Robinson. Yep, I got the impossible. It's just impossible. The kill ratio is impossible. Yeah, we got that in the lineup. Thank you. Well, Michelle is this man named Michael LaVaughn Robinson, and I don't know who the hell this was. I mean, you got to wonder, this is definitely a dude. As you can see, his arms are a dude. They're all dudes. Dude, dude, dude. The dude abides. Word on the street is Obama really? Oh, he blew men for coke? Really? Wow, Howie, I had no idea. Thanks for sharing. Many people are tragically in that stage of the truth where they're in denial and they don't want to hear this stuff. Believe me, this show is very, very disappointing for a lot of people on a Tuesday. The truth hurts. It's painful to know that our country may be using directed energy weapons on our people. It's painful to know that our government doesn't care about us or care about the fate of the American people. It's painful to know that our government doesn't even care about giving us a public service announcement, warning us of the dangers of cell phones next to our head. It's painful to know that the government doesn't care enough to stop the production of a dangerous product called Roundup, or fentanyl that's killed nearly 65,000 people in America in the past 5 years. It's painful to know that these people in our government don't even know what to do with the money they've got. The seawater pipeline and legal marijuana. Thanks, Goss and Go. Thanks for supporting me. We've already won. Yeah, we won the war. Now we have to clean up the mess. So, you know, when we look at the big picture and how to solve the problems, me talking about Michelle being a transgender isn't going to advance that. It just, if she runs with Hillary, it'll pretty much overturn the Democratic Party if they really know that Michelle has a penis. But I don't want to talk about it because in a minute or two, Sarah's going to be in the room and I can't really talk about that stuff. Yeah, it's being appropriate. She doesn't approve of any of that. We want to have a fun time. So we don't want to, you know, breach your happy moment. I did mention that the pastor from Charleston shooting was, I said this the other night, this is the only picture left of the pastor and his wax dummy photograph. They've scrubbed all the websites that have information about this all the way back. And it's the only case in which there's been a terrorist attack in over 50 attacks in the past 10 years. It's the only case where they had an open casket. And it turns out the guy's ear was an inch lower. You can see it's lowered about an inch. Plus his head had deformation in it. And the closer we looked at the photograph, and I saw all the sites back when they were up and running, the closer we looked at the photograph, the more we saw the head deformed. So they used a wax dummy on the pastor there, and that whole church is now under investigation for tax evasion and all kinds of PayPal activities of embezzlement. There's nobody dead in this picture. It's a live guy who's probably in witness protection right now, because the whole church got millions of dollars for putting out this crisis event. They get paid to do that. And there's a wax dummy. There's no dead person in this picture here. Nothing to worry about. It's not Randy Jackson from American Idol, but, you know, it could be that guy, the black guy from Walking Dead. The preacher from Walking Dead. Yeah, he's very similar in face. Could be him. Well, let's take a look and see if there is a match. I think we may have a close match. Yes, it is him. It is confirmed. We know now that this is actually the actor in The Walking Dead. No, it's not the same guy. You can see clearly their faces are different. The wax dummy guy. I know you think I don't care about the poor guy and loss of life, but just face reality. He's in witness protection somewhere and happy. Yes, a seawater dynamic pipeline, tube 7 feet wide, going from California coast to Georgia. Hydropower plants every 2 miles. Water rush due to east. West sea pressure differential projected about 500 gigawatts. Almost no maintenance needed. Do you want to work on the plan, Dr. Meow? That's awesome, man. Yeah. Feel free. It's an open source concept. Yeah. I think you figured it out. Dr. Meow is on the whole deal. The ocean pipeline is exactly what we're talking about. Oh, you've done the simulation? Excellent. Fossil fuel will not be needed because we can use alternative forms of water pressure pumps, solar power, wind power, etc. You put your lawn signs out in the 2012 election. Go Zensko. Thank you for doing that. Yeah. Awesome. Well, you know, I'd love to see this political movement take off, but in case you didn't get the memo, we are under heavy censorship in the United States. They don't want us to get any media time whatsoever. They're suppressing our message. It's kind of like mainland China. I mean, this is no different than mainland China when you think about it. Well, let's be clear. Randy Jackson. We're going to compare the wax dummy. Oh, I wish you'd mentioned that earlier. Yeah, I have to really backtrack now. Yeah, it's getting to be a little difficult. Well, let me open up a video picture here. Just a pastor of Charleston shooting, open casket. Images. Here we go. All right. I'm going to take it from both sides, left and right. Randy Jackson, positioning face. The pastor of the Charleston shooting, positioning face. That's very dark. All right. You know, I definitely see some sort of a similarity there. I'm going to see if I can get a better angle here, if you don't mind. Randy Jackson's eyebrows are not quite the same. His eyebrows are more arched. That's the one thing I noticed immediately. Okay, slight variations in their face. Randy's mouth has he has a larger lip area, kind of like I have a very large lip area here. People actually make fun of my lip area. This one. Randy has a more pronounced lip area, only because maybe his smile is not as bright, not as wide. That's possible. The cheekbones of this man who died, or allegedly died, are much higher and rosier. Those. Yeah, I think there's a very good similarity, though. And notice the ears are almost an identical position. Wouldn't that be something if they had Randy Jackson as a cameo during the shooting? That would explain why he didn't die. You can't stare at my lip area? Yeah. I don't want to have a beard, Howie. I just refuse. Thank you. I can't stand facial hair. I do have a big upper lip. Stop staring at me. Have you read this? Tim Jaw, you're not making any sense. He's worked out all the facts and figures. A family planned out killing of 8, 4 months. What? You know, I can't reach that site for some reason. Dogbone. So sorry. We'll try it one more time. Oh, there it is. Give it a second shot. Family planned out killings of 8 for months. Columbus, Ohio. Latest on arrests in the 2016 killing of 8 family members in Ohio. Authorities in Ohio say 4 family members arrested in the 2016 shooting of 8 people carefully planned the killing for months. Wow. Attorney General for Ohio, Mike DeWine, announced Tuesday that a grand jury indicted the 4 on aggravated murder charges and that each of them could be sentenced to death if convicted. DeWine says he can't release many details about the motive, but he did say the custody of a young child played a role. Authorities took into custody 4 members of the Wagner family who had lived in southern Ohio but moved to Alaska after the killings. They killed people and then they split. A lawyer representing the family says they will be vindicated. DeWine says the Wagner family knew the victims well and spent months studying their routines and the layouts of their homes. Wow. What a strange, weird Hatfield-McCoy kind of a family feud or something. Amazing. All right, fake news, no picture of the 8 family members killed. Yeah, I'm going to go with the fake news, yeah. We have no proof of anybody dying. No. You know, isn't it nice to know that we're surrounded by fake news? Well, I've used an amazing toothpaste. It's called a Denture Aid. Yeah, the reporter, yeah, she really did me dirt. She was working for the veritable Zionists that we're talking about every night. She's an Ashkenazi. Yeah. They work together in the news. Apparently a lot of Ashkenazis are in the news networks that we go to. They're the ones that are able to lie to you straight to your face and pretend like they care. No, I can't. I'm doing a Thanksgiving Day cooking thing, which will probably play in the evening. Yeah, I don't know. We've got a turkey, and we're going to be cooking that. I don't know if I'll do a live cast or not. I haven't decided. I'm sure she is Chinese. Dave, what do you have about MGTOW incels? Well, I told you need to get yourself a place to live other than your parents' house. You're not going to have a decent relationship with a woman in your parents' house. I mean, seriously. So let's go to Craigslist and find you an RV where you can hang out and have your first sexual experience with somebody. Where are you? What area of the country do you live in? Just make up something. No, I can't cast my family dinner. No. Yeah, your pipeline is my pipeline. Mi pipeline is Yikasa pipeline. I don't think women have to pay half. Women are being courted by you men. Why don't you get with the program? Apparently, incels have lost the ability to court. I have heard of the Alaskan pipeline. They're planning on building the Alaskan pipeline up through Canada, but those efforts seem to be a little bit on hold. No Dog the Bounty Hunter lives somewhere else, in some Mexican location, I'm not sure. Mr. Spawn, whatever happened to the 1950s time capsule? I've been away from the channel a while. We never built it. I'm building a time capsule for the future, though. I've yet to really configure the exact location or how I'm going to build it. I'm thinking of getting a submarine and burying it in the ground. That would be the most safe time capsule, don't you think? Well, say you live in Colorado Springs and you want to get yourself an RV. Well, I'll go to Craigslist and figure out what they got. We're going to go check it out. Oh, you're in Hawaii? Okay, I was going to say, where are you? He's in Hawaii, folks. Okay, we're going to go check out Hawaii and see if there's anything in Craigslist right now. Yes. We're going to search RVs. I'm a really fast Craigslister. Holy moly, that's a new one. 2342 clean. Wow, that looks really good. And it just popped up. That's your ultimate location. With a dry weight of only 4,600 pounds, this trailer is in excellent condition. It's almost too good to be true. You got to wonder if it's not like, you know, come on, really? But that's one heck of a deal. There's your love pad. Well, do Ronald Reagan and say, Nancy, what did you do with my jelly beans? Nancy, what did you do to my jelly beans? Did you spike them with LSD? Are you listening to that Timothy Leary guy, Nancy? Okay, let's take a look at something in the low price range. Thank you. Hey, it's a trailer. It is a trailer, man. What's your problem, man? Now, here's a real great opportunity to customize a Ford Tour van for only $500. Oh, it's only for storage. It doesn't run, but has motor and transmission. Must be towed. Not gonna do it. You want something with, well, look at that. A camper and shed you could turn into a tiny house. See? Only $1,000. Look at that, man. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I don't know how he's going to do this, but Camp Box Honolulu utilizes simple, efficient designs along with economies of scale to offer extremely economic buildings that you can custom order to fit your needs. 8 feet by 16 feet units have an interior square footage of under 120 square feet, but you're not allowed to have that without a permit. So units can be delivered within a week, or if there's no special access, built on site between 2 weeks. That's a pretty good deal, dude. And they're in Hawaii. All you need is a little bit of property and you'll have yourself a little tiny house to take the ladies. Well, you want something nice. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. This $1,200 Palomino Micro is a lover's gathering place. No, I don't rent anything, man. I live in a very secret place, man. I'm not going to rent my house out to you. This is a beautiful RV and a chance for your first sexual experience in the privacy of a comfortable living room. See, incels are going to have to get something like this. Yeah, you need a place to have privacy, man. You can't do this, you know, out in your parents' living room, you know. These poor guys they're looking for a place, and he lives in Hawaii, and I showed him how to get a tiny house for $1,000. Now a trailer for $1,200. It's a good thing, man. You could pull that with a little van. Get your act together.
On the beach, and you're good to go.
Yep. Put it on the beach, and you're a happy camper. What can I say? And you'll believe me, you'll have a life. Yes, she will, and you'll meet her on the beach. Who are we banning? Okay, I'm going to check out nothing here. I'm going to step out of the show. It got a little tangential. Tuesday is always a little tangential, especially considering we've got a lot of false flag stories and even a false flag story of a fake burnout of vehicles in Malibu Beach that turned out to be from a movie set. So we've been lied to, jerked around here on Truth Tuesday. It's like, what's the truth?
Oh, gee, really?
We have. We've been given truth, falsehoods, and then back to truth.
Sometimes that's what can happen when you see things on the internet.
It's okay.
Jump to conclusions.
Well, that's why we filter information. That's why we're here. That's what the show's about. It's called media verification. A study suggests the psychopathic traits are higher in Republicans than in Democrats. Now, this is from a democratically led post. So, are they just making this up, or is this true?
Well, this is from SciPost, whatever that means.
New psychological research provides evidence that Republicans tend to have slightly more psychopathic personality traits compared to Democrats, associated with lack of empathy. Yeah. Oh, we have a zero tolerance plan. I don't care what happens to the 2,400 children that are taken from their parents. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to let, yes, ACLU handle that. ACLU will handle all those problems. I'll be leaving and I'll be back. Heavy's Dirty's out is eating himself into oblivion there.
Some kind of ice cream or yogurt or something.
All right, well, I'm going to go off that section because Sarah's here.
Thank you.
But ProCams will be coming back on when I get back. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for doing that.
You got it. Thank you. Thank you for thinking.
Down to LA? I don't know if I want to be in LA for Thanksgiving. Thank you, though. I'm thankful to be in my house for Thanksgiving. David bought a turkey. I noticed today. I came home and it was in the fridge. So I'm like, yay! Good job, David. That's really good. Yeah, I'm glad we turned off the cameras. That's good. We're gonna cook together. That's the way it goes on Thanksgiving. I like that. That's a good question. I Google it every year. How long should we? I think it's an hour a pound or I don't know. How long to cook turkey? Oh, 15 minutes. Sorry. For an unstuffed bird, that's 15 minutes a pound. If you want to cook a frozen turkey, it's at least 50% longer than the recommended time, so that's 30 minutes a pound. Table is USDA's 325 degree Fahrenheit oven, a fully defrosted or fresh bird. About 15 minutes a pound. So we'll have to see how many pounds he got. And then I don't know if it's some say 20 minutes per pound, but that can vary on if it's stuffed or unstuffed. Cooking time guide, turkey cooking time guide from All Recipes. Time for straight up turkey talk. Oh, I should show you what I'm looking at. David always says, you need to show them the things that you're looking at, Sarah. They want to see your screen. Here's the turkey talk. All right. So if you got an 10 to 18 pounder, that's probably what we have. It takes about, if it's stuffed, it's 4.5 hours. If we have 18 to 22 pounds, it's 4.5 to 5 hours. So I don't know. I think we've got, I don't know how big our turkey is. I'll have to see how big that is. Do you detect frustration in your voice? No, I'm not. I'm not frustrated at all. Are you frustrated? I would think you're not an incel anymore, so since you're enjoying David's show, doing what you like to do. Thanks. You like my hair today. No, Xenu. I know it doesn't really matter. David's gonna do what he's gonna do. I think she's a woman too, Uptick. Quantic cerebral swap. I think I would notice, like, pretty quickly, Dr. Meow. But I'd probably be laughing more. No, David's not an incel. Not involuntary celibate, no. I would not eat turkey raw. That's not good. I agree with you, 580. That would make a great science fiction book. That's true. That's true, Xenu. He would say that he's always protected. I don't know what he says. Amnesia. Yes, I do like David. Yes, I like David many different ways. There's many different things I like about David. I'm looking forward to cooking the turkey, though. I think that would be good. All right. Moving on, I think I'd like to look at the news. I don't know if I did that completely earlier. Wait, I'm going to get rid of the turkey cooking time. Good to know they have those, though. All right. Google News. What would David have to do? Cheating or violence? Do I think an annual turkey holocaust is a fun way to celebrate a successful elimination of Native Americans? No. No. Maybe we might do a Christmas Fun Live video. We'll see. Wow. Death toll in Northern California wildfire climbs to 48 have died in Northern California wildfire. Party with Sarah, okay. They want it that way. But isn't that from a movie how he did it? I think you're copying and pasting from something like that. Sarah, you used to be a Turkey Talk hotline operator for 4 years. Just call you Tom and ask any questions. Good. I don't understand 364. I think there's something wrong there. Seriously. It's a George Carlin. It's a vlog for him. Okay. Talk, Dave Fan. Talk about what each other wants. Bicycles have changed in the last 25 years. That's pretty cool. That might be cool to show students, because we're reading a book about bicycles. The basic outline of wheels, a set of spokes holding a rim to a hub, hasn't changed unless you're looking at exotic materials and aerodynamics that come at a price that you could buy a decent bicycle. Oh, that's pretty cool. Frame has changed a bit. Gears and a whole lot more. Oh, I thought they would like show us pictures. Too much reading. Sorry, Ars Technica. Too much reading, not enough pictures. I am very happy. Yeah, I don't really understand him, 580. It's a little scary. I don't really get it. Oh. The CDC is confirming more cases of a polio-like illness. It's called acute flaccid myelitis, and it has been paralyzing kids. There's 90 kids have been affected with this in the United States. Eight lions have been tracked by officials and are confirmed okay. 5 lions and 4 bobcats are unaccounted for amid the Woolsey fire, according to KTLA. Wow. So it's not exactly polio. It's called it causes similar symptoms. And how is it back? Well, they can give vaccinations for polio, but if they're not vaccinating for this, that's one way it can be back. It's 252 cases. It's called AFM, not polio. 27 states have reported cases to the CDC. 90 people have been confirmed. Most of them have occurred among children between the ages of 2 and 8. Usually starts as a fever, then it has respiratory symptoms, but between 3 and 10 days later, children suddenly suffer paralysis. The cause of the condition remains a mystery. Officials say there is a possibility that's caused by a virus that affects the digestive system, the enterovirus, but that's just a theory. Or it could be an overreaction of the immune system to an infection. Other people are thinking it's a rhinovirus, which causes the common cold and respiratory illness. They're all racing to determine the cause and best treatments. No one has died from the condition this year, so far, this year. And they say that it remains rare. And about half the cases, the patients eventually fully recover, but the other half are left with permanent disabilities. These kinds of outbreaks appear to occur every 2 years. Most cases occur in late summer and fall. The cases this year seem to be on track to have the same number as the past few outbreaks. Of course, they're trying to tell people to get their children vaccinated, but it's not caused by the polio vaccine or the polio virus. It's called AFM, acute flaccid myelitis. AFM. So I guess it's been going on for a while. It's just been more attention has been brought to it recently. Wow. In Washington State, our Senate Republicans are aiming to ease restrictions on tiny house villages in order to help the homeless. Yeah, because it's not, I mean, polio vaccine would help you from polio, but this is not polio. This is something completely different. And yes, permanent disabilities in half the people that are affected with AFM. Master Meatball thinks it's a genetically modified polio virus from Russia. You might be right, but it affects kids between 2 and 8 years old. That's really young. Wow. Four people, a family of 4 people, have been arrested in Ohio. And they said that they killed 8 people 2 years ago. Good night, Master Meatball. Well, if you're between 2 and 8, if you're not between 2 and 8, you should be pretty good. The polio vaccine would help with polio.
With some brand new evidence in the brutal murders of 8 family members in a small Ohio town, could they be tied to a Mexican?
Wow. Wow. I was just reading about that. Wow. It's like two families were feuding, and one family killed another family. Oh, CNN is suing Trump in order to restore Jim Acosta's press credentials to the White House. Wow. The U.S. trial of Mexican drug lord El Chapo gets underway with unprecedented security measures. Oh, rainforest. Are you guys talking about organic coffee? What do I think? I think organic coffee is good. I would get... Well, I tell you, the best coffee I had was like a whole bean. I don't know if it was organic, but definitely get coffee. Oh, I don't drink coffee now, but I drank a lot of coffee in high school, and I did a full detailed study about coffee, where it came from Africa, and then it was in the South America, and yeah. Anyway, I would, the thing is then also, if you get vanilla bean, and then you grind up you put a vanilla bean on top of your grinds, and put that in, oh, that's so good. Like real vanilla bean in with your coffee. That's the best. David's never tried that. I've talked about it with him, but he never has. Like a vanilla bean, I would think you could get from a health food store. Officials are going to close some northbound lanes of San Diego, the San Diego border crossings ahead of the caravan's arrival. Oh, cardamom pods? Cardamom pods? I don't know if I've ever had cardamom. Have I? Is that like nutmeg?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about coffee and how you should get organic. I was saying whole beans, and then you grind them yourself, and then you get a grinder, and then if you get a vanilla bean, like fresh vanilla beans,
yeah,
and
I grind all
and actually like put the vanilla on top of your coffee grinds.
They're good.
Oh, that's so good.
I have all the coffee I drink is organic, fresh ground. I grind it myself.
Oh, David's grinding his coffee
I've been
himself,
buying organic for months now.
He usually puts in hazelnut flavored sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've heard that vanilla is hard to find, though, especially with the recent trade war with Madagascar. Wow, Microsoft patches yet another Windows 0 day used by multiple cyber espionage groups. Wow.
Yeah.
Windows 10 is going to be another patch job. That's good.
He doesn't use the vanilla bean, but he has organic beans. He usually gets it from, I think he gets it from Costco.
Yeah, they're $17.99. You get 2 pounds of coffee. It's kind of expensive, but it's good stuff. Hello, what's your question? Hi, you're on. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for helping out and doing a great job. Yes, go ahead, caller. I'm waiting. Yes, go ahead. Hello? I totally agree. Goodbye. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yep, operator standing by to take troll calls. Fully available for trolling action, 24/7. I'm grinding the beans. I got a thing called a coffee bean grinder. That's an older one, a Braun. I still use it. It's good. Works great. From the 1990s. Oh, and that's really good coffee. It makes a difference. And all the coffee water I use is filtered. No, everything's electrics. We run the GE House of Tomorrow here. Everything's General Electric, fully designed at Disneyland back in 1957. How deep is your love? How deep is the Bee Gees' love? I mean, one Bee Gees left. I care what you're saying, but you're drinking non-organic coffee. I've done that too. They call that regular coffee. That's what you get at the restaurants. If I sat down in a mom and pop coffee shop and said, "Excuse me, could I find a transgender waitress, please? I only want to be served by a transgender waitress." No. You can't order a transgender waitress, can you? You can't really say, "Oh, I only drink organic coffee. Do you have any organic coffee here?" "Oh, I don't eat no, I won't drink pesticides." You wouldn't be drinking anywhere. You wouldn't meet anybody, and they wouldn't tell you all these great ideas, like that guy that I met at Denny's in 1985 that told me the secret to a perpetual motion engine at 3:30 in the morning. I mean, that was priceless. He was writing on a napkin. He's showing me how to make a perpetual motion engine that conserves energy. You wouldn't have that experience at Denny's like I did. Yeah. That's what happens when you drink coffee at restaurants and sit at the counter and talk to people. You'd be surprised how many people have perpetual motion ideas. And that's something I think a lot of you should realize. Whatever guy, there are people that have made water engines that have had their patents suppressed. There are people that have there are over 200 cases where people created really cool things to use vapor instead of gas. Gas vapor will combust just like regular drops of gas. So why are we putting drops of gas in our engine when we could just put vapor in our engine? Well, one guy ran a mower on vapor. He ran his car engine on vapor. So all these ideas that are great are usually suppressed. So Sarah and I have a great idea to make sure that the Congress will rally and get Congress to write a law that allows patents to never ever be purchased without licensing. So nobody could buy a patent and shut it down. That would be a major achievement, because right now people buy patents and shut it down. We talked about the inner monologue last night, the night before, and I think we're done with that. David, why do you buy organic when we're sprayed with chemtrails? To bolster your immune system, to fight the chemtrails that are dumping nanoparticles on you. I mean, you need a strong system. You humans need to maintain your physical strength in order to battle the oncoming effects of your environmental destruction. Build your immune system. And the best way to do that is to eat healthy. Okay, we got a question here from the Trailer Park Gallery. Do you know what a light year is, Ricky? Do you know what a light year is, Ricky? Do ya? It's when you don't work hard for a year. There you go. The Ricky Hour. I am programmed for endurance. I am here to maintain constant vigil. Trolls are calling daily.
To accept, press 1. To voicemail, press...
Hi, what's your question? Hi, you're on the air with David Sponheim.
My question is, do you have an inner monologue?
We had that discussion already. We no longer discuss the inner monologue. It upsets me. I wish we could just forget about this inner monologue crap somebody brought up. Yeah, I already said it was hurtful. If I have an inner monologue, do you think I want to share it with you? Hello? It's called an inner monologue for a reason, dude. You should go to Denny's more. If you sit at the counter at Denny's, you will learn things you will never hear again in your life by the same person. Rewind. I am doing a Thanksgiving stream, yeah. That'll land on a 24th, is that it? Thursday? When is the official Thanksgiving? The 27th? Anyone know? Well, just don't answer my question right away. Yeah, well, whatever Thanksgiving will be, we'll be there. The 22nd? Well, let's be clear. The Thursday, the 22nd, we will be doing a Thanksgiving show. 10-4. 10-4 on that, good buddy. Yeehaw. We're riding a convoy. They love their truckers. Okay. Just going through the list of things that we'll be playing tonight. Tyler Collins Blankenship brought us this. Devastation. Burned out houses. Look at that. So we'll be featuring Scorched Earth tonight in our late hour. I'm not sure when we'll be starting our cooking show on the Thanksgiving stream. You know, we're a couple weeks out. Do you mind? My turkey is just sitting in the freezer, heading toward the refrigerator. Yeah, you're getting ahead of yourselves. Just a couple weeks ago, we were having Oktoberfest and drinking beers, and of course I don't drink. And autumn special with Halloweeny. I'm just looking for news that I can talk about because, frankly, it's pretty boring with Melania kicking people out of the White House. California wildfire claims celebrity homes. We've got a few that have been burnt to a crisp. Neil Young and Miley Cyrus are among celebrities who lost their homes in California wildfires. And they were singing Wildfire. Yeah. At a home at the property address, the Canadian singer Neil Young lay in ruins after being destroyed by the Woolsey fire in Southern California. Yeah, that's a real picture. That's not fake. Doesn't care about wealth or status. Miss Cyrus said on Tuesday, "My house no longer stands, but the memories shared with family and friends stand strong. I'm grateful for all I have left," she added, expressing thanks to emergency responders and encouraging fans to donate to organizations assisting with the recovery. You know, something tells me that Miley Cyrus isn't really a Satanist. I mean, the whole idea that she's some sort of a Satanist is, you know, Miley Cyrus a Satanist? She lost her house. I mean, she seems like a nice person. Miley Cyrus, Satanic Illuminati Exposed. We'll be playing that tonight in Truth Tuesday. Okay, I've got that in the lineup. Illuminati, and now whenever you do a search for anything the topic of the subject comes up, they give you the Illuminati designation and use from the 15th century, assumed by or applied to various groups of persons who claim to be unusually enlightened. The word is the plural, the Latin illuminatus. According to adherents, the source of the light was viewed as being directly communicated from a higher source or due to clarified and bleep bleep. It's like, why are they doing this? They're putting this over every video. So we'll feature that tonight as well. See, I'm learning how to gather links for my nightly foray of fun conversations and infinite humor. We're not homo, dude. That's right. Hey, I came down pretty hard on the LGBTQAP. I'm not sure what A stands for. Asexual. I came down on the group pretty hard because I'm not a deviant. You know, I'm a normative person. I'm a heterosexual, and I know a lot of people are, frustrated because I don't think it's a problem if you're deviant. I think that's perfectly fine. So I think the word deviant was kind of taken back the wrong way. We did this in the pre-show, and I just want to reiterate that just because I think it's deviant to be lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, queer, asexual, and pedophile, you can think whatever you want. I'm just saying it is a deviant. That's right. It's a deviant, not a normative value, but a deviant value you're acquiring. Freddie Mercury was a deviant. Yeah. But great voice, and I understand his songs are coming back. They went from 160th in the charts last night. I think We Are the Champions is now number 9. It's making a resurgence. Yeah. I mean, he's brilliant. I love his singing, but he was a deviant sex person. Yeah, I mean, this guy who just wanted to, attack every guy that was out there and have deviant sex with him. He died of AIDS. I mean, do we want to encourage that among our children? I don't have any children, so I don't have to worry. No, you don't. You see, Mr. Anderson, if you don't copulate, you won't have any children. You will be simply a ward of the state. Mr. Anderson. Yes. Shout the Jade. What? Who are you, Rob? Yeah, what's going on, dude? I think you're talking psychotic. You're a little psychotic there, Rob. Hi. I am not deviant in politics, no. I am the normative centrist. We just don't have a voice. We are the moral majority. And we reject this LGBTQP1TQP, whatever it is. I'm not going to go into that world of the Democrats. That can live and breathe with the far-left liberal Hillary Clinton and whatever she wants to run with. Michelle Obama, the dude, Michael LaVaughn, Robinson. Whatever, I don't care. I'm trying to bring in the middle and help fortify the center of America. I do not believe that America wants us all to turn into LGBTQPK or LMNOPs. I certainly don't think pedophiles should be mainstreamed into our society. Yeah, I think Super Saver Dave, we don't want Obama to want us to be all gays and pedos. We need to drift away from that. That's where the center is. That's why I'm putting my stake in the ground and I'm saying, hey, are you with me or do you want to go off in La La Land? I will not discriminate against any homosexual. They will all be protected under the law. I will give every single one of them fairness in our government agencies. I will allow them to behave in their decadent, deviant behavior in the privacy of their own consenting world, in their own screwed up world that they live in. But I don't want to hear about them attacking children in bathrooms. I don't want to hear about them pushing their agenda on you in schools. I don't want to hear about that. And I think I'm speaking for the American people. All right? This is the age of Aquarius. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. We're dealing with the age of self-identity, where selfies are more important than a real contact with human beings. That's something people will be listening to later in the show. It's exciting to watch the young people dance around and take pictures of themselves, but it reduces us to a bunch of bags of mindless numbskulls. Chemical aerosol dumps. I think Jim Acosta should be allowed back in the White House, and Donald Trump should apologize to him. Jim, I'm very sorry I kicked you out. I want you to know that Ivanka and I would love to have you over for dinner sometime. You could watch us play footsie under the table and talk about it in the news, Jim. I think he should apologize to Jim for accosting him. I would say I'm the centrist. I'm the silent majority. That's what I am. Yeah, you can't say I'm not the norm. We're all normatively disassociated from politics. We all have no voice, collectively. I mean, hello? I'm preaching to the choir, and the choir is deaf, dumb, and mute. Why no co-hosting has not been turned on since I arrived. I am so sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I was very wrong with not allowing it. Welcome to the show. Family Watchdog is a free service to help locate registered sex offenders in your area. That's kind of cool. Well, good for them. Thanks, Super Saver Dave. Everybody needs to check out their area, see if they've got a sex offender living nearby. Okay, any other questions? That ain't going to happen. He owes Trump. No. Jim Acosta was just saying what the rest of the country is saying. Why are you seeing indictments on people that you trusted? I've been saying it. I would love to stand there and do the Jim Acosta. Do the Jim Acosta. Do. Grab the mic. Do. Yeah. Take it from the woman. Ooh, yeah. He has every right to ask those questions. Trump is trying to shoot the messenger. Trump and you Trump-tards won't admit that Trump is deep into the Russian collusion thing. And there's more than enough evidence to throw at him with indictment after indictment. Now, we should see an indictment tomorrow by Mueller beyond what we've seen so far. We're still waiting on this guy because he seems kind of moot. Stan Lee had a brush with the supervillain we know as Hillary Clinton, who, by the way, is running again. People didn't realize that, but yeah, she's back at it. Yes, she is. Here she is, running again. She's running again. There she is. Hillary Clinton is running again. Here's the proof. That's right. She wrote a book. She and Bill are on the campaign trail. They're back at it. And they're going to be they're going to be more like the 1994 firebrand Hillary that we once knew. You know, before she started, drinking blood and buying pizzas for $9,000 at Podesta's Comet Pizza. I'm sorry, Elefantis' Comet Pizza. The old Hillary, the lady before the hole in her tongue from drinking blood. Yeah, I would say that just running seems pretty insane to me, but if there is nobody in the Democratic Party powerful enough to unseat her, nobody has a mouth like me, I would probably be able to do it. But if she can't be unseated, she will be running again. It'll be Trump versus Clinton if nothing happens with Mueller. And if the Democrats don't put together an impeachment hearing. Oh yeah, 2020 will be a repeat of 2016. We'll have the same or different result. It won't matter. Boy, America really has reached the stall point in its political development. Anyway, back to Stan Lee's brush with death. Let's take a look at this story. Never in his storied career did comic book creator Stan Lee ever conceive of a criminal mastermind devoid of empathy. Ruthless as she is, greedy, Hillary Clinton is that villain. Here's the origin story of Hillary's rise to power and its connection to the Marvel empire of Stan Lee. Wow. 6 seconds.
Unleash your potential with Ultimate Bone Broth.
I don't do commercials. Yeah, and I don't really think Ultimate Bone Broth sounds that appealing.
InfoWarsStore.
Oh, it's an InfoWars show? Okay.
You're listening to The David Knight Show.
Let's get to Stan Lee, another creator who was edged out by a bunch of bean counters and others. But I want to talk about his connection.
Well, I might look at that a little later. Thanks. Chemical aerosol dumps by weaponized commercial airliners. 18 minutes of that coming up tonight. From Mike Decker in Wyoming. More on that ongoing, evolving stuff. I know bone broth is good, but when you make it yourself, I don't trust somebody else's bone broth. Bones have gelatin from Roundup in it. Yeah, you didn't know that? Dumping on Mike. Look at that poor guy. And he's got a pretty good camera to show you all the chemtrails coming out of these things. They have canisters. They have canisters on board these planes. That's the truth. And these planes produce a tremendous amount of chemtrail activity. Here's an example of the canisters they have on board. Now, this is a patent number that is an actual documented patent number describing systems and methods for aerial dispersion of materials. These are the tanks on board the planes when they're flying up there and dropping this chemical on you. You're being sprayed like an insect. I'm not making this up, and neither is Mike Decker. We're going to feature his show tonight. It's giving you all allergies, I agree. It's in the air. The devil's in the air. Do, 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 do. David, we are no different than the deer. You're right. I know a lot of people use you only live once as a reason to become an alcoholic. And that's not a good reason. Yeah. In other words, you're only dying every second of the day that you're drinking. Dark Engine's got a good link. Thank you, Dark Engine. 15 unsettling facts about the Denver International Airport conspiracy. You know, recently Denver Airport's been saying that they're in the conspiracy world. Oh yeah, and they're making a big joke about it. And they're kind of going light on the fact that they have all these weird Illuminati, New World Order pictures and that terrible horse at the center of the Denver airport. Well, you know, breathing chemtrails is probably a good reason to drink alcohol. You're right. So you're saying alcohol is what is used to treat the real problem. I hear you, you know, but bear in mind, alcohol is a depressant. Yeah, so here's 15 unsettling facts about the Denver airport conspiracy. That's a good one. Thank you, Dark Engine. Awesome. Incredible. Truthful. Insightful. In-depth. Analysis. Constant in our show. George Carlin, governments don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. That's against their interests. Love it. Debamboozled.com. Truth cannonballs to the groin. Wow. Some powerful words there. They want obedient workers, people who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, and just dumb enough to passively accept it. So true. If you listen to the words of George Carlin, you'll drop out of college, you'll sit in your tiny house and smoke pot the rest of your life. Always remember that. And that may not be such a bad thing. One thought on George Carlin: governments don't want well-informed, well-educated, capable. Okay, not the real quote, wealthy business interest replaces government, and provide a different meaning to that quote. That's true. That's true. Rolf Preeb said it. There's a reason education sucks. It's the same reason that it'll never, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make important decisions. Forget the politicians, their irrelevancy. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have the freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. Thanks for kicking Hopper. Yeah, we don't allow people that use the Stolen Valor Act to promote their personal life. Thanks, Scissorfight. Well, that's a pretty heavy little reply there from that woman. But yeah, thank you so much. Whatever that means. Oh, I mean, thank you so much. Maybe they should teach the kids you only make it unless you have a skill, invest your saving money into the market. That would be a good start. Yeah, if you don't stick in college, you're going to not make a lot of money in your life. Just so you know. If you're willing to accept that, then get your backpack gear and go hit the forest and live like a humble man. The Man Mountain Mike out in the middle of nowhere. You know, people have done that. That's dangerous. You know, you could easily get hurt. Stay away from water. In the past 10 years, approximately 1,600 people have been killed in the national parks in America. And all of them have one thing in common. They're all near water. Yeah. So if you want to go camping, go out in the middle of nowhere. In the arid desert. If I had all my bills paid, I could live on $250 a month. Yeah. Easily. I wouldn't need $2,500 a month. Well, Zuckerberg is not really Zuckerberg. I mean, there are a lot of people that don't realize that Zuckerberg is a made-up name. Prior to 2015, the name Zuckerberg did not exist except as far back as 1957. And since then, they have seen new files emerge with Zuckerberg in the name. Yes. And the possibility that Zuckerberg may very well be one of the Rockefellers is becoming more and more real. Meet Jacob Michael Greenberg. Meet Mark Zuckerberg. Jacob Michael Greenberg grew up to be a guy arrested for pot and disappeared. Right around the time Mark Zuckerberg reappeared. Yet Jacob Michael Greenberg was the grandson of David Rockefeller, the former magnate who controlled a vast portion of wealth in the United States. And then you look at the Zuckerberg family, and then you see the connection to the Habsburgs, and to the Rothschilds, and to the Rockefellers. You begin to see a pattern here, right? Yes. And then you see this. That's right. Facial recognition changes have been made, but the basic outline of his face is identical. This is the revised version of the grandson of David Rockefeller. The truth, behold. He was bought. You know, when he bought what apps? It's like he had $14 billion to spare, or $19 billion to spare. Nobody could understand why he would pay $19 billion for a couple pages of code. Nobody could understand that. And why did his bid go so high? It's because he didn't care about $19 billion. He's a Rockefeller. Close to the hip of the Rothschild family.
Welcome back, True Seeker.
I don't really like the picture of the devil there, but I will look at this video. Thank you very much. It's in the lineup. Evil to look at the devil in the show, you know? Nasty. That's a nasty picture. I can't handle it. Good night. Sleep well. I know. Those blue blockers. It's a painting. Who cares? You don't like coffee pods? I heard that coffee pods, when you soak them in the cup, yeah, they're designed to make cold brew coffee. Have you tried that? You take like 12 ounces of water and put the coffee pod in it and like put it in the refrigerator. Yeah, I think that's kind of innovative. Uses less energy. I don't know, it's something to think about if you have a thought in your head. David, I support you. Why do people come back and attack you with hashtags? Oh, they're afraid of me. Yeah, I've got a lot of people afraid of me. I don't know why I inspire so much fear in the wealthy elites, but they're afraid that an honest man might just catch them at their game. They don't like that.
Go back a month and we were talking about the risks of seeing oil at $100 a barrel, and now we're talking about a bear market and oil prices still under pressure. There's a whole confluence of factors here. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I think what you have going on right now, Julia, is that oil prices are
fluctuating pretty wildly, mostly going down for the past couple of days because of concerns about global demand. I think you have China's economic weakness, if you will, as a concern. But at the same time, remember, it's all about supply and demand. And you have the U.S. shale producers and Saudi Arabia producing more oil, and that, I think, is also leading prices lower. And then, as you and Claire were just talking about with big companies and talking about commodity increases and input costs going up, maybe a different picture in January when they report their fourth quarter results, because oil prices are going down pretty sharply, and there may be no end in sight because the Fed is still raising rates and the dollar is strengthening, which also should push oil even lower because oil is priced in dollars.
Absolutely. Now, I'd weave in the reports overnight as well of Saudi Arabia apparently commissioning a think tank to look at the implications of an OPEC breakup here. I mean, the bottom line there would be clearly, I think, more oil, which is the last thing the market needs to hear, even if it's only rumors and speculation. But I think the bottom line here, Paul, and this is important, a lot of analysts out there looking around and saying, look, even if we look at the current level of demand, it doesn't justify a bear market in oil, and the risks here have to be to the upside to oil prices.
Yeah, I think that is a great point. People are talking about that not just with oil, but I think with stocks as well. The dramatic plunge that we have had in both commodities and stocks, I think, may be a bit overdone. It was probably overdue, but now we need to settle and find what is the right price for oil. It may not necessarily be something sub 60, but it may not be something as high as $100 either. So I think oil is probably going to have to figure out what that reasonable level is going to be based on the supply and demand. And right now we're in this painful sort of bottoming process.
I think the oil dropping in price is great because for a while there it was rising and people were wondering, did Donald Trump trigger the oil rises in the cost of oil because China's demand is down and China isn't manufacturing as much if they're facing trade tariff problems and a tariff war or trade war with America. So it could have been Donald Trump's triggering this early rise in oil for the Russians to benefit. Now, if we see the reversal, it's actually a good thing because oil actually would be a lower cost and the Russians wouldn't be able to make as much. So, yeah, if it hurts the Russians' concern, that would be great, considering they did contaminate our election. Jeez. And it's not just the Russians we're angry at, it's the Zionists who run Russia. I will not travel, no. I'm traveling every day on the internet. Like right now, I'm talking to a guy in Hong Kong named Ghost of Shannon, who runs this very intellectual show. Hey, man. We're talking to a guy in Hong Kong right now. I didn't have to go to Hong Kong to talk to him. You got your amazing Sapporo beer or, something Asian in nature?
No, it's Chuhai.
Oh, is that a good?
Chuhai.
Is it Chuhai is a good beer?
It's not a beer. It's vodka and grapefruit juice.
Oh wow, that's even better. That's a straight shot of pure alcohol, right to your brain. Juice it up there, buddy. Well, that'll help cut the fumes from the Hong Kong people down below in your hotel room. See how easy it is to travel? And I can talk to a guy in Hong Kong who's drinking Chuhai, vodka and grapefruit juice. Some of you are thinking about that yourself.
This is our apartment, man.
You got your apartment, wow. Look at, he's a beautiful apartment over Hong Kong. And he said that there's hardly any murders in Hong Kong. It's one of the safest places in the world. It's his condo, you pompous doofus.
That's right.
Excuse me, it's a condo. It's not even an apartment, it's a condo. Like there should be a difference. Dave, do you have any Russia the relatives?
What's the difference between a condo and an apartment?
I don't know. Or what's the difference between a condo, apartment, and a townhouse? I don't know.
Also, I don't know.
I don't get it. I don't even care. As long as you're happy.
Well, a townhouse can be like a low rise,
Yeah. Well, are you in like an 800 square foot condo kind of thing, like 1-2 bedrooms and a kitchen kind of thing?
Exactly.
Perfect.
2 bedrooms. Yeah, just right around 800 square feet.
I knew that because I'm testing. I'm using echolocation to find the parameters of your house through the Wi-Fi connection. You know that you can check. You can see people in houses now if they check.
No problem.
The newest thing that we just found out is that they can check and see people inside their house by pinging their Wi-Fi connector. Tell me that's not weird. So if you
Don't ping my connector, please.
I could ping your connector right now. It sounds a little kinky to me if you ask me. I'm not going to ping your connector. Well, that was Ghost of Shannon wanting his connector pinged. I know. We've got a lot of people living in areas. If you didn't know that the government can actually see you in your house using echolocation, using your Wi-Fi input, it's no different than a sonar system. Isn't that fascinating? We're learning all these things. I know. So you're not really safe. The truth is you're not really safe in your house. You want us to help you? We don't know. I don't even know. We can't use the word hoppy in our show. I'm so sorry.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Mark Zuckerberg did a really interesting video. Many people think he's maybe losing it. But remember this one? Out there with his fake friends that are all kissing his ass?
We are live from my backyard where I am smoking a brisket and some ribs. I'm making meats now. Smoking these meats here. Our little meat smoking. It's smoking. So, on the meat show, Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. That is going on the ribs. Sweet Baby Ray's. Sweet Baby Ray's or Sweet Baby Ray's? Sweet Baby Ray's is very good. Sweet Baby Ray's. Sweet Baby Ray's. We have just applied the Sweet Baby Ray's. Sweet Baby Ray's. Sweet Baby Ray's. Maybe throw some Sweet Baby Ray's on the ribs and...
Okay, so for those of you that do the lip reading section, if you learn how to lip read, you know what I said. Otherwise, we're just going to sign off to Mark Zuckerberg and his little cooker there. He did his little thing. Yeah, I just revealed some state secrets about Mark. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that, Mark. No, we would never violate your trust, other than the fact that you're a Rockefeller and you had your face changed. It's my lesson on lip reading. I teach it to everybody in the show in case we ever run out of actually the ability to actually hear each other. Right. I'm trying to develop like, oh yeah. Okay, I'll go off now. You could hear me say, oh yeah. You see that? Your first lesson in lip reading. Congratulations. I am back into the lip reading mode, I guess. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. We talked about Christine Lenoinen. I don't want to go back there. We talked about directed energy weapons used in California. California. We are no longer talking about that. We talked about the voice of Hal dying. I'm sorry, Dave. We can't do that. He passed away, you know.
I read you.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Okay, so we have to go back to that. I'll just...
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Okay, we'll play that whenever we need to. Okay, directed energy weapons. We talked about that, yeah. What are we going to be able to do to get these people accountable for what they're doing when they burn people in their cars? I don't know how to use sign language, no. Whenever I try to do it, it sounds jumbled. It's sign confusion is what it is. Yeah. Mr. Sponheim, why are you only 36% with the NRA? Because they screwed me over. They had me labeled as a Democrat when I was running as a centrist. Yeah. We had a choice in Washington to go preferred Democrat, preferred Republican. I wrote preferred Democrat, but I'm really a centrist. No, the NRA is basically stupid enough to take donations from Maria Butina, and all kinds of alternate realities have formed from that. How did the NRA get a $30 million donation to Donald Trump? That's the big question. Who gave them the $30 million to give to Donald Trump? Was it from Maria Butina? The next question is, did Donald Trump use that money to pay off his wife, Melania, $27 million that went to one of her best friends, and they don't even know where that money went or why it was paid out? There's been a lot of cover-ups in the Trump campaign, and that's one of them. So it's like the NRA funneled money to some friend of a Slovenian immigrant named Melania Trump. Yeah, really weird stuff. So that's where the NRA, I think, got bamboozled. The Russians got too close. Yep. Well, they may be good people, but I think they were bamboozled. Well, if they're backing you up with a $100,000 lawyer, there can't be all that bad. Okay. Well, I'm not trying to diss on the NRA for giving me a low score. I think they just don't understand my position. And at the time, I was pushing for verification. Now I'm making it completely optional. Yeah, I believe that the NCIS not the Naval Criminal Investigation System, the NICS, thank you. National Institute Criminal Background Check System, the NICS, could be made public. We could have an automatic system where you could optionally verify people's background, and it would not be required. I've come down from that high horse I was on. Yep. No, I'm not going to get the NRA to support me. They support Russia. I don't want to have any contamination of funds with Russia. Yeah, I don't need money anyway to do what I do. Since you haven't donated, I think we all are on the same page here. You don't need to donate. We'll just keep rolling along until they crumble. It's that simple. But I would love to be able to get the NICS system to operate on an online basis where you can actually get a free checkup on anybody with their driver's license or driver's ID. That would be kind of a nice way to go, I think, for those of people that are actually interested in actually doing the right thing. It would be optional. Yeah. A lack of sunspot activity is going to bring a record cold, according to a NASA scientist. Now, it seems like we're heading into like a warm winter up here where we are. But that's very deceiving. Sometimes warm winters are followed by really harsh winters. And we're not even winter yet. December 20th, I guess. Winter solstice. It could happen in a matter of months, says Martin McNulty of NASA's Langley Research Center. The sun is entering one of the deepest solar minima of the space age. Sunspots have been absent for most of 2018, and Earth's upper atmosphere is responding. Wow. Lack of sunspot activity. The Thermosphere Climate Index tells us how much nitric oxide molecules are dumping into space. Well, that's nice. I'm not going to worry about it. Buckle down, whether you got a cold winter or not. You just got to prepare, right? You just can't worry about it. Well, the world is not really like the film Gattaca. People are not forced to have genetic testing done prior to pregnancy. There's no imposition upon individual freedom right now in 2018. If a new world order takes over, we will lose that option. And they're in the process of securing their final control over our country and Russia. These are the Russian Zionists, the US-based Zionists. They're working together. They have a cross-collaboration with all the Ashkenazis. And many of them have gathered as an order called 9/11, the Order of the Garter. And they're stationed in England. Many of the black nobility are represented, as well as the Western nobility. These are the people that make or break the future of mankind, not us lowly servants of hope and belief that we might someday mean something. These are the people that can create absolute havoc on earth if they so choose. We, the American people, and our country is powerless to stop what they're doing because they have something that you don't have. Money. Lots of it. And you are simply cattle waiting for the slaughter. How does that feel? It kind of sucks, doesn't it? See what I'm saying? I don't trust Jared Kushner. Yeah, he's up to no good. Something's happening with him. He made an agreement with the Saudi crown prince to maneuver against Yemen, against our policy. David, what if you win and you add all of the Democratic Congress to boot? I would love it. It'd be a dream come true for me. You know, I never really wanted to do the blackface video. I didn't even want to necessarily break away from the Democratic Party, but I had to because, frankly, we were completely suppressed. The Democrats don't allow new people into their loop unless they completely cave in to their beliefs. And that was not appropriate for me to do that. We're trendsetters, Sarah and I. We're not here to formulate opinions based on some BS impression that we all have to conform. We're here to break through that barrier. And I don't think the Democrats have anybody in the party that's capable of doing that. Spiking the conversation, breaking through to a new layer of communication about what's really happening in our country. And the people that are at play are Zionists. So I'm trying to expose the Zionist play here because it's not anti-Semitic, don't get me wrong. These people are not even Jewish. They call them Ashkenazis. And it's the same kind of people that formulated the plan to take over Germany under Hitler. Ergo the name Nazi. Yes, I totally believe that Michael Hastings was killed. His Mercedes-Benz was ignited using some sort of a hack on his Mercedes computer. Or possibly they hit him with they tracked him with a missile and hit him with a missile. I don't know. But his car hit that palm tree so fast at Florence and Melrose that it literally sent the engine running 300 feet in one direction. It's highly likely that he was terminated because he was doing investigations at the high level into corruption at the CIA. I believe that if the Democrats ran Hillary again, there would be a close race yet again, because no one likes either one of them. That's the true testimony to our political system. The truth is nobody likes the Democrats or Republicans that they got out there. Nobody wanted either Hillary or Trump. They voted out of default. They had to choose. They never had a political system that would allow somebody to enter the political system and actually flourish. This censorship that's been going on here is indicative of that. The fact that they've kept me down by keeping me out of any mainstream media in America is indicative of how they're able to rig the election process. That's just one of the ways. The 162 million impressions that were altered by the Russians that we know for a fact is not some Russian hoax. We've got real solid evidence that Russia did control the election to give Donald Trump the edge. So even if it came down to Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, those same forces are still in play because nobody in our government's able to get rid of them. They've embedded tracking devices in our servers. The Chinese are involved too. They've got ways in which they can watch and listen and track the entire U.S. internet from under the belly of the beast. They can control where information goes and who's forced to accept it. They can open up 50,000 accounts at Twitter just as Twitter closed down 50,000 accounts. They can open up new ones. They can morph around the controls that our country's placing. So we have a serious Russian and Chinese containment issue with our national security. And there's nobody in our governments that's getting to the crux of this. Because the people that are really running the show, they don't care. They control the Bank of Hong Kong and the Russian government through the oligarchs. They're the monetary elitists of the world who could buy anybody in any country, any time. Nothing can stop them or their power or their reach. But they believe everybody's buyable, and that's where they're wrong, because there are some people like myself who are not buyable. And that's where they're making a fatal mistake. But if they can't buy somebody, they'll just off them and terminate them. They'll execute them. I'm not a hypocrite. No, it wouldn't be a contradiction either. I do the show against all odds with the intention that I might be able to change the system and stop the New World Order from dominating the planet. I believe I've got history to back me, that any one world government has always failed. And these are corporate-owned one world plans. These are not in any way going to help average people. A new world order and a global one world government will not help average people. It will only help the people that are in power. No, the new world order has not been constructed over thousands of years for one purpose. It's a trial and error process, and it's always going to err on the side of error. Because they cannot predict what humans can do, nor can they control them. They think they can. And it's that confidence that's taken them to the edge of their own insanity. Humans will go in any direction to survive. And everyone will guard their individual property far more than a global new world order will be able to stop. One of the reasons why they're pushing these false flags on the American people is because they want us to give up our guns. They want us to be able to surrender to these people and give them total power. They didn't plan on the American people all being armed up, and believe me, we are. They didn't plan on the ability of this country to figure out that we were lied to about everything, including the fake moon landing. Look at this footage.
Port stage, push. Engine arm is out. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Okay.
Okay, you have to ask, well, who's taking the picture on the ground on the moon? Who's taking a picture of the lunar module? They had us believing that we were somehow watching the real lunar module take off. I mean, come on. The fact is, the Illuminati relies on ignorance of this population to survive, and we will take them down by spreading the word on the internet that their lie has come to reach the end of its play. They can't keep putting out phony, fake, false flag shows without any evidence of anyone dying and get the American people to believe this night after night after night. It's not going to work. This is the deal. We're done with you. You're not allowed to come in here. If these people really think that they can outthink a genius who's obviously positioned himself in a place that they can't touch me, good luck. Yeah. Good luck outmaneuvering me. I'm already 5 years ahead of you people. You think you got me censored in the mainstream media? I don't care when I reach the presidency. I'll wait till 2088. I've got a lot more patience than you people. So feel free to go ahead and count me out in this election or any election. But I'll always have the presence on the internet that we are cultivating, which will grow as time goes on. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to turn away because they've censored me in the mainstream media. No way. I'm ready to go. We've got a platform that kicks ass on our website. We've got the ability to grow organically with people all around the world telling people about us. It doesn't require money at all. We've kicked the Illuminati on their ass with just word of mouth. They can't control that. They can't even monitor it. That's why they're so frightened. No, seriously, this is what's going on. That's why people have made tons of money trying to censor me. They don't know how to stop with what we've got going. They have no clue as to how this grew so fast against all odds. And they don't understand that I've used mass marketing techniques that are engineered to bypass their censorship. So we will continue this effort against all odds. We're not going to let these people think they've got control over the world, because they don't. Efforts have gone on over the past 500 years or more, even as far back as Julius Caesar, to create a one world government. It's all failed. Because the bottom line is everybody can handle their own problems better than somebody else. And that's true in Afghanistan, that's true in Iraq, it's true in Syria, it's true in Russia, it's true in China, it's true throughout the world. Any effort to globally manage something is a net fail. Now, when the price of fuel grows, globalization won't even be a growing product. Shipments won't even be a growing field. Regionalization will be the new field. Micronization, developing technologies like 3D printers that can grow and create things locally, will be the future. Not some global shipping lane of delivering garbage food all around the world that people die by. Quality will be a priority in the future, not quantity. People will look for the best quality of things. And that's already happening in America. Nowadays, I was at the store the other day and I was looking at Progresso soup and Campbell's soup. And they actually have organic, non-GMO food now. They're growing, they know the market is moving toward less pesticides, less herbicides, less genetically modified food. In that market, America is blossoming. And people like Jeff Bezos are blowing it by not committing to buying non-GMO food at Amazon's Whole Food store. They're blowing it. The American people are moving in a direction that will lead to better health. And that's the same kind of concept that the American government should be focused on. Building a breadbasket to the world again. Providing a solid quality food products that really make people say, wow, America has got great food. I would love to see Europe buy our meat, but I can't brag about our meat right now. I really can't. So I can't even see that market ever taking off. Ironically, we buy more chicken now and pork from China, and even China owns Smith Foods in America, one of the largest pork producers in the country. So we're losing track of our most important industry, our food industry, and that's where we're really blowing it. And that's what I'm going to bring back. Right, America has been corrupted since Abe Lincoln's assassination. I agree with that, for sure. They took a good man down. And, you know, people can hate on him all you want. This man put up with so much stress. Life itself was beyond his... he lived in a world of stress. And there's evidence that the very same Zionists that installed Adolf Hitler, prior to that, sent out an assassin named John Wilkes Booth, who allegedly killed the president and then ran and was never caught. That the person they caught, it's becoming more evident that was his stand-in, his understudy, that we never got John Wilkes Booth. And his connections to the European monetary elitists of the Habsburg family and the Bergstroms and the Rothschilds is very real. They've been taking out our best people. John F. Kennedy. Lee Harvey Oswald didn't kill John F. Kennedy. The mob did. And we know for a fact that this is being covered up by our own government right now. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you. If Lincoln had had a chance to fulfill his Reconstruction plan, we probably wouldn't have had as much racial conflict in this country, because he was going to transition people into city jobs without forcing them into the city with no housing and no solutions for where they were going. And that's still something that's plaguing the inner cities of this country. Okay, incoming Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez joins a sit-in in the Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi's office calling for efforts to combat climate change. That's nice. The problem with the Democrats is they just want to tax and spend, and they don't want to ever innovate.
I just want to let you all know how proud I am of each and every save our planet, our generation, and our future. It's so incredibly important. I've shared with you all, and I've shared my story that my journey here started at Standing Rock, and it started with everyday people doing exactly what you all were doing too. It was just standing with the Lakota Sioux, standing with allies, standing with indigenous tribes, because we don't have a choice. We do not have a choice. We have to get to 100% renewable energy in 10 years. There is no other option. The IPCC let us know that. And what I hope we all show is that this moment, and this is the rallying point, it's not just about confrontation, but in a way it's about real, meaningful unity behind our goals. That's what this is about. That's amazing.
All right, so, the sentiment is there to deal with the climate change issues, no question about it. But again, the Democrats can only articulate one thing. They just want to cap and trade. They want carbon point legislation. She had $15,000 in savings that she couldn't pay for rent in D.C. before her paycheck in 2 months. Wow. What a liar she is, yeah. The Democrats play that card all the time. They just want to charge you, tax you, commit to more taxes, and keep sucking money out of this entire society. Yes, JFK's father, Joe Kennedy, was actually a mobster. Joe Kennedy warned his son, Bobby, that you can't take these people on. It'll ruin your career and your brother's, if not your lives. So his father actually warned the two sons that they can't take on the mob. Yeah. She knows about free college and health care, but can't pay for an apartment. I know. Well, the Democrats are obviously, all they think about is how else are you going to pay for this without taxing? Well, why don't you stop spending money recklessly and we wouldn't have to keep taxing? That's my argument to the Democrats. Yeah, it's funny how dangerous the world has become. I get death threats every night on the show. And these people don't realize that I'm fully trained in firearms. And if they really want to come at me, we have the Castle Law in this state where I could blow their head clean off if they put me in a dangerous trap situation in my own domicile, wherever I live. It's just funny how these people think that they can just, attack anybody they want anytime on the internet and get away with it. So in the future, I would hope to see a lot more of the ability of the government to actually monitor some of the dangerous activity in this room, or any room for that matter. The government isn't doing a damn thing and doesn't have a single option to help any of us if we're attacked online. If your kids are being stalked by a pedophile, the government doesn't really have an answer for you. It's pretty screwed up. So I want to make sure that our FBI agents will be solid to help you in the event somebody were to attack you online. We haven't seen any of that. All right, we're going to say goodnight, but we've got videos all the way to 2 in the morning. I'll be in the show. Yeah, you have the right to defend your home, and in some states, like they have the Castle Law as well as the Stand Your Ground laws. You definitely, if you're trapped and you have no way out, you can definitely blow their heads off if they enter your house. David, would you like to fire people like Trump is doing? Well, if firing somebody is the last resort, you should not have to fire people just to get good people on board. You shouldn't have hired them in the first place if they can't really be molded into somebody better. You can always move people around too. You don't have to fire them. Some people are better at other jobs. Some people have a better chance of leading in some areas and may just be better working with paperwork on the side. You have to find out what that job is, what their best... one of the things I like to do is ask every federal employee, what have you done that you're proud of and what would you like to do? And you can keep it simple, under one page. And that would be something I would pitch to every federal employee so we get a chance to feel out where they're coming from and if they have any new ideas. And if they've done anything. Because it put to the test if a government employee just says, I followed orders and I did whatever they told me. I'd look at that and go, wow, Okay, we'll put that in the followed orders bin. Did whatever they told him. But somebody who stands out and said, yeah, I was working on a plan to, structure a new sonar system so we'd have a better analysis of the growing telecommunication industry, and I'd like to see limits on the number of 5G networks, I'd probably hire them in a second. They could lead. I understand that the 4G network is still the operational network across the country, and I'm hoping they don't phase the 5G network in because I think it's unsafe. I'm not really sure why they keep pushing for more and more wires and conduit and heavy cable. It's very suspicious. Yeah, no government is better government than what we got today, where they just waste money, Jay Domi. They're spending, these Democrats especially, are bankrupting the country. No, I'd like to engage with the reporters. I'm going to do a daily chat show, and we'll have a reporter section just for private reporters to come in and ask questions. We'll be offering about 3 different chat rooms, like I've got iVlog and Vaughn right now. We'll have iVlog, Vaughn, or we'll have the Washington, the whitehouse.gov site produce a chat room that has access by lottery, and then we'll have a general chat room that's rolling at a mile a minute, so I can pick up information there, because I can grab ideas rather quickly from various locations. And then I'll have a private chat room for the press corps, where they can get in and chat with me. I think that'd be better than a press conference. I think the days of a press conference really are coming to an end. I really do. If you can spot a character glitch within 3 minutes, that's good. Yeah. Good for you. I would not yell at reporters like Trump. No, I think that's a waste of time. He's not controlled. His tweets are unpredictable. A president shouldn't even be allowed to tweet. But chatting is a modern science. If you monitor it, you can handle it with the right type of tools. We could have a 24/7 chat room in the Oval Office. I can chat with you for an hour a day. That's how much I've committed to this, which means a daily chat with the president. Perhaps more important than anything we could ever do. I'll know how many people are pissed by a poll. We'll know where your attitudes are. We'll analyze those poll statistics to make sure that they're coming from authentic IPs within the United States. And they're not necessarily bouncing off VPNs around the globe, which could be the Russians trying to tag into our chat room. So it'll have to be a lot better. I believe the Acosta video was doctored. They sped up her arm and his arm to make it look more aggressive. And I don't think we should focus on the entire interchange between him and her. I think we should focus on the question Jim Acosta asked. That Donald said, oh, it's all a Russian hoax. We've got to end this. It's all a Russian hoax. Come on. You got your best pop people, Michael Cohen and Paul Manafort. You chose them, you handpicked them, and they get 8 felonies apiece and more to come. I think we got a problem. You purposely put Michael Flynn in the power of the most important position of the top security clearance, fully knowing that Sally Yates said to you, Donald, Michael Flynn worked for the Russians, yet you put him in the most important position as National Security Advisor. That's a terrible act to do that. You need to pay the price, which is impeachment. Or just face a resignation and just walk away. But I'm concerned about Pence because he has not presented a single email of when he was a governor of Indiana. He's hiding all of his emails. He's violated freedom of information. He's violated the requirements of public disclosure. It's a Class C felony Mike Pence is committing by not presenting his emails. Why is he hiding? Why is Pence out to lunch? Why does he take such a hard stance against everybody that he talks to? He hates on Muslims. It's like, I get that. The Republicans all hate on Muslims. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to open the door and let them take over our country or embed it with Sharia law in Dearborn, Michigan. Everyone will live under the United States laws, first and foremost. If their separate Sharia laws are separate from ours in some way, then of course, whatever your tradition is. But if you want to kill your wife because she looks at some other guy, that's called murder one, and you're going to jail even if you're in Dearborn, Michigan. Or if you force your daughter to marry her rapist, you're going to be complicit in that crime. You'll go to jail. Yeah, Pence is Kissinger's man because they need to control the outcome. Pence was handpicked because they've got dirt on him. That's why Pence isn't revealing any of his emails. Well, Pence's legal defense team is claiming the white paper is attorney work product protected by Indiana's Access to Public Records Act does not comply with public disclosure laws. Neither did Hillary Clinton when she was Secretary of State. So that's going to dog her in the upcoming candidacy. She's already committed a Class C felony by not revealing her emails. We need to get these people prosecuted. Trump has proven to be next to useless. He won't prosecute Hillary. He won't prosecute Obama on the birth certificate issue. Here he took all these ideas that I was cultivating for 8-9 years and borrowed them and stole them and then didn't even act on them. I would think a lot of you Trump supporters would be pissed off at Trump right now. And I'm surprised you keep coming in here defending his mindlessness. All right, so we're going to sign off for the evening. Thank you for giving me a little extra time to clarify. But we still have this nightmare coming. Hillary is back. She's running again. Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt she's cloned herself by now. They're all friends, I know. They're all on the inside. They all work for the same goal. The Zionist powers at AIPAC. I will not take Zionist money from AIPAC, the American Israeli Action Committee. All right, so many of you have already seen the death threat in here from somebody against me. I'm sending it on to the next step, so we'll be looking at that as a credible death threat. I live in this world. This is my native environment. I was always into politics, so much so that I wanted to be a politician. Thank you. So that's why I do the show. I stepped away from the mainstream of politics because most of them are Marxists. I find that very disturbing. I'm not going to move in the direction of the Marxist socialists and the Democrats. And I'm certainly not going to be a brain-dead Trump-tard, put my head in the sand and say, oh, we've got a zero-tolerance policy. We're just going to keep everybody from ever getting in. Good luck with that. We got about 15,000 troops amassing at the border, and the Hondurans and Guatemalans will be here shortly. Don't worry about making it up to me. Yeah, you don't owe me anything, man. You guys have to think about your own future and make the right decision. You can't just, you don't. Wherever you guys vote is your choice. I don't care. You do whatever you want. That's the nice thing about our voting process. It's completely open. All right. We will sign off now. I will now sign off. Yes, parting is such sweet sorrow. But we will continue on every day, and I will be in the chat room because I frankly cannot stop, and neither should you.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.